Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad
Good morning, brothers and sisters. My name is Ashau Sonowere. I'm the Chairman General of the National Organization of Trade Unions. Yeah, I'm Sigwile Benanabok, and I come from Bunyoro, and I work for Navigators of Women Association. Yeah, we are based in Bunyoro. I'm sorry, somebody was asking me when I'm not coming for.
What are you not coming for?
I'm aspiring candidate for one
Okay, thank you for the introduction. We will be having our tea shortly.
The membership owns the consortium and should drive it. The conversations that eventually resulted into the formation of the consortium started with a few individuals, and it was really 4 organizations that formed the consortium. We used to work on issues to do with business and human rights individually as organizations from some kind of perspective, but we quickly realized that the issue is complex. When you try to deal with corporate accountability from, let's say, a health perspective, you quickly realize there are gaps in the legal framework. So from all the 4 organizations, everybody had attempted to do some kind of work around corporate accountability, but it wasn't really having the impact that everybody would have wished to have.
Currently, the consortium stands at 21 members. And what we've seen over the 5 years of working around business and human rights is that also there are shifts in how different stakeholders approach business and human rights. But also there have been shifts in how our members approach this, because the capacity building engagements and trainings that have been conducted over the years are bearing fruit, and you get to see now the language of business and human rights within different discussions that we use.
With the realization
so our tea is ready.
There are gaps in corporate accountability, and the fact that the issue is complex, we knew that we needed amongst
abandon women, they leave them pregnant, and then after that, they go back without anyone taking care of these children. So all that and other issues are going to be explained in the video that we are going to talk about 26 minutes. So if we could kindly pay attention and repeat each and everything. Thank you.
I was in the Chinese factory called the Great Steel Factory.
I used to work with a Chinese company called China Steel Uganda Limited.
Nkolera abachina ebbanga lya myaka ena ngenda mu mwaka gwa kutaano. Company bagiyita Great Steel.
By then it was called China Steel. Then after they changed their names to China Great Steel.
I was in the Chinese factory called the Great Steel Factory.
I used to work with a Chinese company called China Steel Uganda Limited.
Nkolera abachina ebbanga lya myaka ena ngenda mu mwaka gwa kutaano. Company bagiyita Great Steel.
By then it was called China Steel. Then after they changed their names to China Great Steel.
I was working with China Construction Communication Company. I've worked for them for 11 years, since 2008.
By me working with them, I got a lot of things that are both good and bad.
They underpay people. Secondly, they also have that issue of kicking and harassing people. And they have so many other things that they do. They have language barrier, and they want people to work the way they, in their place, I think there's no, they are not regulated properly.
Chinese, what I discovered is Chinese, they have one thing in Uganda today. They don't follow the procedures or the rules that are being laid down by the government. Maybe if you have a worker, you have to sign a contract with him. Maybe I'm Silver, I'm signing with the China Great Steel. I'll be working with them for maybe 2 years, maybe as an engineer or as an operation manager or something. Or even if a casual worker, you see, at least you sign a contract. Then if not that, there's this whereby every worker is entitled to register with NSSF or pay as you earn. See, each worker is entitled to a national, maybe a work ID. Sorry to say, maybe I call it a national, but a work ID and protective gears.
We had the gambut, but the overall no.
In this steel company, we receive a variety of, we call it scrap. That's, let me call them raw materials for producing these steel bars. whereby in these raw materials we meet a lot of things, in which this scrap, there were bombs. Because I remember one day, we found a grenade. We had to call a bomb squad. They come and detonated that from there near the company. There are guns, machine guns found there. There are very many stuffs, dangerous things found there.
A lot of water accident in that water factory, and something back that very year, and when I was in the village, somebody died there.
You know these shock absorbers for cars and motorcycles, they're also dangerous. So during the process of smelting, something had to burst from that. It hit him in the head. He died on spot.
What I heard, they encouraged some colleagues to push that body outside, and they say that this may be a vehicle knocked over or what.
After carrying this dead body to the weighing bridge, they're like, no. They had to tell the interpreter. But then I remember the interpreter was called Philip. Can you tell this boy to carry this body, take it outside of our company? So that in case police comes, they deny maybe the boy got an accident from outside the company, he's not the worker. You see?
Waliwo omwana ekyuma kyamutemako engalo enjala zino ennya zino n'asigaza kino, naye ali awo ali mu mbeera ya kweyiiya, embeera si nnungi.
Waliwo rollers baziyita rollers zikola emitayimbwa. Olunaku lumu nali ndi mu kutereeza rollers ezo, nzige gwali omulimu gwange. Nali nsumulula. Giravu kwaliko kintu kyayikyuyiriseko, mashini ekikwata n'ekisika. Nenjala okwesika giravu at least kyo kigende, omukono gusigale. Ne mashini yasika n'ekigiravu n'ekitwalira ku mukono ne bagulya. Kone mashini ezinyiganya n'ezikola. Bwe kyatuukawo nabeera awo bwe batyo nga banoonya entambula okuntwala mu ddwaliro. Waliwo emotoka scrap yali awo, musajja n'angamba zika mutaase mutwale mu ddwaliro. N'antwala awo mu Matugga, kalwali akali awo. Natuuka awo omusawo n'angoba n'agamba omukono ngalo mashini ezimu zigoleza yeeta kutwalira mu ddwaliro eddene. Ne bantwala eyo Case Clinic town. Bwe bantuuse eyo, omusawo bazadde bange ne bajja. Nakubira bazadde bange essimu ali mu ddwaliro ne bajja. Bwe bajja omusawo n'agamba engalo sigaddeko byonna tebikyalina mugaso, birina kuvaako buviira lumu. Omusawo ne mugamba munnaawe, ndaba nga nkyasobola ozikozesa, nangamba munnaawe tekisoboka, ekigo kyazaaga naye tekikola tekikyasoboka. Zaavuddeko.
There's a boy called Omaido. Omaido was also doing the same smelting. So this smelt iron, that spark fell on him. It burnt him seriously.
As I was removing that metal, the friend was behind, who was also working on that department. He switched the switch. Now, as I was getting out, I felt the fire burning me from the buttocks up the legs. So there, I had to make an alarm. People came, and they first removed the gum on the first leg. Then the one they last removed, the gum had already melted.
Omukozi ne wafa tebakitwala ng'ekikulu.
I took almost one month and a week. When I was on the bed, I could not get up, until they treated and it got somehow. There they discharged me. I went in the village because there was no continuous job.
It's only after me and my friends coming up, like trying to complain, that's when they got maybe ashamed. They started running to the hospital, maybe throwing some little money at the hospital, but they eventually paid the hospital bills. After paying the hospital bills, the boy was like, he was not going to be compensated.
Zinagenda nenfuna injale okugulu nemala emyezi 4 nga sikola nga ntambulira ku miggo, naye kye bakola ekyamaanyi namala omwezi gumu nga kale bampayo 15,000 ate omala kusika muguwa nabo. Sigamba nti oba balumirwa nti kiva ku ntobo y'omutima gwabwe. I suffered. The thing again, the thing again continued. I suffered. So I was like, let me go back there to see these people. Because they had promised me when I was in the hospital that they were going to pay me from insurance company. So I came back this way. Again, it was a war to get some help, some assistance from those Chinese. It was a war. I battled.
The Compensation Act states that people who have been injured at work should be compensated after they have been treated. So the employer is responsible for treating the person who was injured at the job until he has cured from the accident. And it is only after that's when we can bring in compensation.
He was not going to be compensated. So the boy was maybe a bit tricky. He had to find a lawyer. After getting a lawyer, that's when they felt a bit ashamed. After feeling a bit ashamed, they had to sit down with the lawyer. They paid the boy 2 million. The lawyer almost took halfway, and maybe the boy took 1 million, you see. And from that, the job was gone. Immediately after getting money from them, you're no longer their worker. And there's no way you can claim.
After the accident, it took me 2 years to resume working.
Sente zebampa ezo zebampa kale okusookera ddala nga nakatuuka mu ddwaliro ezo ennaku ze namalayo ennaku 3 bo be basasula ezo ennaku 3 kati ezo ennaku 3 ze namalayo bo be basasula ate nzinza okuddangayo okugula ddagala biki kuba ddagala limu baali mpanikiranga mu lusete eno baali mpanika nenzija eno mu bulize eno nendigula ezo natandikanga okukozesa kati zize basasulayo eri mwezi ennaku 3 ze namalayo zose saamanya ezo sente kati sente zebampa ezikesanga zibeera nga nomukono gena guwonera ddala kati bwe nayagala okuddayo bo ne baleeta looya waabwe baleeta looya naffe twagala okufunayo no looya tukole eki bo bagamba mbu yeetaagisa nze naye sibimanyi kati looya bwe nagezaako muyitiramu yansaba ebintu byali 3 ninga sibiina yansaba gundi gwe badde bansasulira sente ez'omwezi ez'omusaala nga sigiina ne bansaba gundi gwe nafunira omulimu naye nga sigiina nangamba leeta ekintu kyonna kyonna ekiraga nimugamba ng'ogyeko ndowooza kugambe nga sirina nako kalaga konna nga sirina kintu kyonna kiraga kyonna nti enkola nabo okuggyako jaketi yokka nibagamba nga tugenda kulota nibagamba teri muntu aliyo ng'alina ekintu kyonna ekiraga bonna bwe batyo bwe bali nibagamba ne tugenda ku factory netubuuza buli muntu yenna tewali ayina nibagamba at least company eyo yamaanyi eyinza okubeeteko kubanga ebadde mu insurance tugende tukole ekitubuliize tulabe lawyer bwe yadda yangamba tewaliwo ekyo tekisoboka yangamba tewaliwo na bujulizi ebintu nebikomaawo kati nangamba kati nemunyonyolamu nti baali bankola kipansigning sopapula batuwa sente zeddwaliro biki kati nagenda baleeta olupapula nangamba olwedi mama naddo signinga nti bamaze okusasulira obulamu bwo bwonna.
You see, maybe the only thing they can give you maybe first aid. Maybe you're hit by a heavy metal, you're given first aid. Immediately you leave the camp, and that day you go back home. The next day you're not their worker. They even tell the gate man, of which they are soldiers, if that boy comes here, don't allow him to come in. He shouldn't come to our office. And they work under orders. You can't reach their office to claim for anything. Once you're thrown out, you're thrown out. So for my sake, when I got an accident, and remember the instance whereby I used to tell them, if you're not giving us our work IDs, we're not working. If you're not giving us protective gear, we're not working. And we need to register with the NSSF. That's when they're like, this boy is a bit clever. He's going to make these people know what they're supposed to ask for. So they had these plans. When I reached at the gate, I remember I felt sick for 3 days. When I reached at the gate, I was like, you no longer have work here. See? You no longer have work here.
I began by washing. I was washing for them. Then I have my boss. I think he saw something good. He was like, maybe she can handle kitchen work. He began training me. He trained me. It's called Mr. Q. He was the accountant of the company. He trained me. I learned each and everything. When the construction was almost getting like over, you know, they have their, when it's getting over, they got another contract. That contract was in Rachitura, Kaguta Road. So I was transferred there as a chef. I chefed for them for 3 years in a place called Rugonji. They gave me transfer. Again, I was still chefing for these guys here. That's how I met this man. I was with him, and I conceived. A month ended and I got my salary. I told them I have some small problem. I have to go home. I'll come back. And I was allowed. I went. Reaching there, I had a lot of problems, this and that and that. I couldn't be back at the right time they expected me.
You're not supposed to miss for 3 consecutive days. See, 1, you don't rest, no offs. Maybe you're supposed to get an off. 1 off, maybe a week, maybe every Friday I'm getting an off. No. Maybe I'm supposed to rest Sunday. No. Maybe in a month twice. No. If you miss for 2 days, you are losing work. Because there's no you're going to claim. You're not their worker. Why am I saying you're not their worker? You don't have a work ID.
That man there, the kitchen man, was like, you cannot work because even you're pregnant now. I said, what is this? He fired me. The Chinese were informed. People who could come and visit me after giving birth, they told the Chinese, hey, you people, Goretti has a baby China. This manager, general manager came. He's called Mr. Zhang. He came, but for us Ugandans, we call him combat man, because he puts on soldier uniform.
I tell you something about these Chinese. They come to Uganda. When they come to Uganda, they're either, I won't say maybe they're either backed up, but they are protected by our government.
He came with the accountant. He gave me 100,000. Accountant also gave me 100,000. Since then, they didn't return. They left. They didn't return. So I stayed there. I was still there suffering. What? Maybe we kept on growing. You know, with problems. I kept on begging around. People even laughed at me. The way I was, this is not me. This is not me.
They first torture you, squeeze you until you get pain and you accept the little money that you are not supposed to get.
I'm dying. And then the company itself. Because I was employed, I worked for them. 11 years I'm working for them, cooking for them, the Chinese, not black people. And then reaching this point, you look at me like I've never been with. I don't know. This is what they've paid me for, cooking for them for all those years. They've paid me by giving me this pain I'm passing through, these tears.
Obangambe ekyo kyetagisa okukyuka, ebintu byetagisa aterezebwa kubanga simanyi teba Munnayuganda yandisibwa bw'atyo mu ngeri bw'etyo.
My baby's there sick. I even don't have a 50 cent to take him to the hospital. He's very sick.
She's unique in the sense that she managed to spend that many years working for people in circumstances like those, and this should never happen. cannot fire a woman for doing what's natural, being pregnant. And given the work hours she had to work, it probably makes sense that she ended up meeting a Chinese, because basically those are the only people she was seeing. And then she gets pregnant and they don't even want to take responsibility for the child. They don't want to even allow her keep working so that she can feed that child, which is kind of inhuman. Don't they think their child deserves at least a life where they can eat? Because this is someone who is like among the poorest. They are doing very casual work, which means they live hand to mouth, and now you've sacked them when they have another mouth coming on their way to feed. It's almost not human. And then again, she's not the only one. I mean, there is the case of people, someone like Annette who has and another plaintiff who have gone to court for being fired because they are HIV positive. In Uganda, I mean, that's why Uganda has been highlighted as one of the countries that did well in fighting the HIV pandemic. Stigma like that is just unbelievable. And it's also surprising that you have a health worker agreeing to doing such a thing, testing people so that then handing over the results, because there is supposed to be patient-doctor confidentiality. You're not supposed to give their results to someone else. Let's even assume, for argument's sake, that you got consent from them. The only way you give results to someone else is you give those results to the person, and that person it's not the doctor's job to give results to someone else. And of course, then it just doesn't make sense that the Chinese would go so far as to fire someone. They are not sick. They are not failing to do their work. You've known that they had been doing their work, but you're like, now that I know they are HIV positive, I do not want to have them work for me. But it's a sensible thing. I mean, if they are sleeping with their workers and getting them pregnant, it makes sense that they would then test them and fire them so that I guess they don't contract HIV, which is also like, because I mean, this is supposed to be a relationship, but if you're going to have sex with your workers and fire them for getting pregnant, then you cut the relationship and therefore resort to such an inhuman way of dealing with problems in the workplace. It's just not acceptable.
The people who are concerned, like managers, the government should tell those people, or should teach those people what to do, and to the foreigners that yes, you are constructing a factory, but what you have to do is ABCD to make sure that the workers are handled properly and not mistreated.
President tasobola tambula kujja ku kampani nti ajekinga abakozi embeera gye balimu, wabula batuma nze bemblaminga tebafaayo muntu owa wansi nti kampani eno tugiyingiddemu naye embeera y'abakozi eri etya.
When they're employing you, one, they'll ask for your name. After recording down your name, they'll enter you into their books, and they're like, you're going to start working from here. Remember, the place you're going to work from, you don't know how much you're going to earn. See? You don't know whether you have a uniform or you don't have a uniform. You don't know the type of work you're going to work, but they just place you in a different place. Whether you are qualified for that, whether you're not qualified, whether you're educated, whether you're not, they care. It's the only person they value most, the interpreter. There is no work at that Chinese company or any Chinese company that will tell, my dear, I'm going to work at that company, but I'll be earning this money, or I will work for this long. The way you come is the way they take you. If me, I'm earning 7,000 daily, the next time someone comes, will earn 6,000 daily. According to how you come. If you need a job, like, please, I need a job, they can't even give you for that. Provided they give you lunch, you eat lunch. For them, they're like, maybe Africans work for food. See?
We don't have a minimum wage for this country. The last one is 6,000, which was 1975 when we last had the minimum wage. which has overtaken by events, the inflation, and so forth. And you are right that some of them earn very little money, which cannot really recover and look after their families. But because of an economic situation, the employment situation, they still continue moving, hoping that the situation will improve and they get higher pay.
What you are just supported, you come, you are given 20,000, 50,000, go to the hospital, come back, transport, but you're not supported. Maybe at home, maybe your family or anything, you're not compensated. When you are done, it's a gone case, you're done.
I've worked for Chinese companies for over 7 years, but I will deceive you if I tell you that I have any copy of a contract or any appointment letter from the employer. They will just give you a job, they will give you a small card where they will tick the day. Today you have worked, then they say you've worked. If it rains, you haven't worked, so it will not be considered at the end of the month. If you fall sick, you haven't worked.
The casualization of labor or working without appointment letters is a breach of the Employment Act, that an employee should have an appointment letter indicating where he's working and the salary he's going to get and the conditions which is supposed to get. So it is all prescribed in the Employment Act under the labor laws. But because our worker, which is not an excuse for an employer not to have given an employee, that's a breach of really the law. To provide appointment letters for workers, but also it is part of negligence from the workers and the labor unions, because these workers are unionized to make sure that these unions can fight for their rights, because individually they may not fight for their rights.
I think the Chinese, first of all, they don't want an organized workforce, because we even approached them, but they were not taking action. They don't want to see workers organized, and that one creates a lot of problems. Now, what we have done of late, we even resorted in taking them to court.
They have never seen a contract or something similar to a contract. So I think it's high time that maybe our government, even ourselves, that we did something about these Chinese investments. And they are continuous in coming. They are not stopping year in, year out. I think the number of Chinese investments in Uganda, even in the African region, they keep increasing as time goes by. So now we are going to have, I think you like the video. Details communicate. So from that, it's where we are going to have the discussions and the panel discussions that are going to follow up. But before that, we are going to have an African perspective. We could think that this is only happened in Uganda, but we are going to have someone from South Africa who is going to tell us on the African perspective what is happening with these Chinese investments and how is the situation being dealt with. He should be able to connect soon.
Good morning, everyone. I'm not too sure if you can hear me. Is Joseph, can you just please confirm that everything is fine and that you guys can hear me properly? Okay, I can see that I have a written feedback here. Sorry. Yeah, I think my internet connection is not the best today. I may just switch off the camera for a better internet connection. So, good morning again, everyone. My name is Dr. Sa Benjamin Traoré. I am currently the ACA project coordinator. ACA stands for the African Coalition for Corporate Accountability, and I'm very delighted to be here this morning with you. And I want to take this opportunity to congratulate my colleagues from Uganda, Joseph and Arnold, for the great work they are doing in terms of promoting business accountability with regards to human rights and the respect for the environment. So thank you very much for asking me to give a bit of insight from an African perspective. I've been following the video with you, and again, congratulations for this. It's a very instructive video. We have had the opportunity to see how similar the issues arising from Chinese investment in Uganda are similar to those that many of our partners and our member organizations actually encounter in their own countries, all across the continent. So, as you know, Chinese investment has been continuously increasing in Africa over the last 20 years, to be fair. I think since the turn to the 21st century, China has become a major economic actor worldwide. And in Africa, especially, the presence of China on the economic field has increased exponentially. So this also goes, as you know, with a number of challenges. And when it comes to human rights and the protection of the environment, these challenges are even greater, as we can witness in many parts of the continent, situations in which human rights violations, at least human rights abuses, occur. So I would like to give first a bit of context in general. I will then move to the specific issues around working conditions and workers' rights. And then I will hand my short intervention in also pointing at other issues, human rights issues that are related to Chinese investment in Africa today. So, in terms of context, I think, as you know, Chinese investment in Africa has been a very controversial issue in the discussions, not only in academia, but also in discussions and debate within civil society organizations. Some people tend to see the good part of Chinese presence on our continent. Some others are more critical presence on our continent. Some others are more I'm not too sure if the internet connection is working well, because I can hear an echo. So, Joseph, I don't know if something went wrong. So it stops now. I guess I can carry on. Very sorry about that. This is how, COVID has pushed us in a new way of life, which is not very easy, because these are very sorry about that. The best
This is how, COVID has pushed us in a new way of life, which is not very good, because these are sorry about that. The best is how, COVID has pushed us in a new way of life, which is not very good, because these are sorry about that. The best is how, COVID has pushed us in a new way of life, which is not very good, because these are sorry about that. The best is how, COVID has pushed us in a new way of life, which is not very good.
Can I proceed now? I have no feedback from Joseph, but I suspect that the situation is back to normal, and I will just proceed. I am told that my sound is poor, but that it has improved. So I hope we can carry on until the end of this short intervention. I will make sure to make it even shorter regarding the issues that we are facing now in terms of connectivity. But I was saying that the situation in Africa is that some have pinpointed the importance or the good side of Chinese investment in Africa, and as far as we are concerned, without entering into that debate, as an organization that promotes business responsibility in terms of human rights and environment, we have listed a huge amount of challenges that communities and individuals are experiencing across the continent due to Chinese investment. So, in terms of background, it's very important to highlight the fact that Chinese investment in Africa is actually a very confusing situation, first and foremost, because of a lack of transparency around the legal basis on which Chinese companies actually operate on the continent. This is a very important point. Unlike other countries and other investors that have contracted or signed bilateral investment treaties with African countries, there is a few legal, in terms of legal framework, there is a few agreement or a few convention that are known to the public between China and African countries. So it means that the legal framework from the beginning is already problematic. So some agreement do exist, but many of them are not disclosed to the public. So in many African countries where Chinese companies operate, we don't have this legal framework. We don't know on which basis, what is the agreement and what is the content of this agreement between China and our countries. And I'm saying this because I assume that most of you are familiar with Chinese intervention on operations in terms of geographically how they are operating on the continent. You have many famous cases of countries where China is present. Chinese companies are present. Just to list a few, you know, since the 2000s, the decade 2000, you have Chinese investment in many countries such as Sudan, such as Angola, Zimbabwe, Ghana, and so on and so forth. Recently, China has strengthened its presence in countries such as the DRC, in Western Africa. We can think about countries such as Guinea, Sierra Leone, Burkina Faso, Ivory Coast. So all these countries where we have members, we have some information about how actually these companies operate. In addition to the lack of disclosure of the agreements between China and most of African countries, actually, you have what we call also state contracts that have been signed by China, by some specific Chinese companies with African government that are also not known of the public. So the treaties that I was talking about, these are international treaties between China and African countries, but I'm talking about contracts now, in addition to these treaties, contracts that are signed between specific Chinese companies when they come in a given country with the government of that country. So these kind of contracts also have been frequently adopted in the recent years, but unfortunately are not known to the public. In many of these countries, we don't know exactly what is the content of these contracts. I think another good example is Kenya. Recently, the Ghanaian civil society pressured the government until they accept to disclose the agreement signed by Ghana with a specific company, Chinese company. Something also very important in terms of background to know is that most of these companies, maybe it's too much to say most, but a good number of these companies are actually state-owned companies. So, which means that in terms of responsibility and in terms of liability, it can have a great impact because these companies are owned by the state of China, if not totally, sometime with a good amount of participation of the state of China in these companies, which means that in terms of violation of human rights, especially and international law in general, this can be a good avenue to look at if we want to extend the responsibility of these companies to their owners, which is actually the state of China. So in terms of background, this is what I wanted to highlight very briefly. The situation is very it's not clear. So these agreements exist, but most of the time they are not disclosed. Then in terms of what is going on the ground practically, I think I will be very brief here as well, because the movie that the film that we saw is very illustrative of what is going on the ground with Chinese investors and Chinese companies in many African countries. I think the situation is quite the same almost everywhere. We are present in more than 40 countries. Our members are present, and these are exactly the same reports that we have received from our membership. The main issue here being workers' rights in the context of Chinese investment in Africa. So the problems have been listed very well in the film. So we have underpayment of workers. We have issues such as workplace harassment. We have issues around harsh and inhuman working conditions, long working hours, no proper leave or holidays, no personal protective equipments, very bad salaries, very bad insurance, health and insurances policies for workers, people getting sick from chemical substances, physical and mental illness due to bad working conditions, reprisal against workers' rights defenders, sexual harassment, and so on and so forth. So these are issues that are highlighted very well in this very well done movie that we saw a few minutes ago. So very quickly, which kind of violation, human right violation, do these experiences that we saw in the movie speak to? And as I said, these are things that have been reported from all over the continent regarding Chinese companies, their operation in these countries. So there is first what we can say, basically violations of domestic law. It starts from there. Domestic law on employment are violated by these companies actually. And I think in the case of Uganda, one of the gentlemen in the movie pointed out the breach of Employment Act in Uganda. So I think it starts from there. The first set of rules that are violated in light of what we have seen are domestic law, domestic legislations that govern employment in a given country. And in most of our countries in Africa, we have these domestic law protecting a minimum of right of workers. And then, and most importantly, because our organization work mostly on these issues, we have the infringement of international human rights law and international labor law. So the international human rights laws or human rights that are actually concerned by this situation are not only civil and political rights, because we have heard of inhuman treatment, torture, and harassment, mental and physical harassment. This speaks directly to the Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. But most importantly, the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights is also at stake here, especially because this covenant not only provides for the right to work, but it also protects workers' rights in the workplace, at the workplace. So, for instance, Article 6 of the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights provides for the right to work, and Article 7 goes further and provides for the right to enjoy just and favorable work conditions, the right to enjoy fair wages and equal remuneration, the right to a decent living through one's work or one's employment, the right to safe and healthy working conditions, the right for the worker to rest, the right to obtain reasonable limitation of working hours, the right to periodic holidays, as well as remuneration for holidays. So I'm quite sure that these international accepted standards have been translated into the domestic system of many of our countries. And I don't know much about Ugandan labor laws, but I'm quite sure that in the Employment Act, these are standards that have been protected in a way or in another. But this is the case in many other African countries. These international standards should be complied with, and what we are seeing here is a lack of compliance and clear violations. So in addition to the international human rights instrument in general, we have also the international standards in terms of labor and workers' rights. As you know, the International Labor Organization, the ILO, which is one of the oldest international organizations created just after the First World War, as today a number of standards that have been accepted by almost all states and that are considered as even customary international law. These standards also can be taken into consideration when analyzing the situation that we have seen in the movie. And that is also what's happening in many other places on the continent. So the International Labor Organization has many standards consisting essentially of conventions and recommendations. I won't go through the whole list here, it would be even impossible. But I would like to highlight here one of the very important instruments, the well-known Declaration on Fundamental Principles and Rights at Work, which was adopted in 1998 by the International Labor Organization. So this declaration also provides for a number of standards and guarantees that I have highlighted before in terms of very decent working conditions. So these are actually the international rules that are at stake when it comes to analyzing, the compliance of Chinese companies with these standards. So I don't know what is the content of the program of the day, but I'm quite sure that you are going to discuss this aspect also. I won't go far here. I just wanted to highlight the international legal framework that is under pressure or even clearly violated by the experiences that we are witnessing. I will be also, I think it will be also be good to highlight the sexual harassment issues that we have seen also in the movie. This is very important, especially in the context where gender-based violence and violence against women is one of the most heartbreaking issues of our times. It's very important that we highlight these issues in order to see ways in which we can confront them and come up with good recommendations and solutions. So these are comments that I wanted to make on workers' rights. I think the movie focused essentially on this aspect. But to close my intervention, I would like also to touch on other issues, human rights and environmental issues, in addition to issues related to workers' rights that are also arising from Chinese investment in Africa. So, two of them are issues regarding the process in which some of these, what they call development projects, actually are put in place. So, as you know, one of the most important principles in terms of starting a development project is what we call FPIC, the free, prior, and informed consent of communities. So according to this principle, if you are starting a development project, you have the obligation to obtain the consent of the local communities that are impacted by these development projects. This principle is a very important one that has been recognized at the international level by a resolution adopted by the UN on indigenous people. So it was a principle, or it is a principle that is internationally recognized for indigenous people, basically. But in the African context, the principle has experienced quite an interesting path, in a way, in the sense that the African human rights system has developed this principle and has extended its personal scope beyond indigenous people to all communities. This is very important. It means that all communities in Africa have a right to say no. That's very important, a right to say no to a development project that impacts their lives and their livelihoods. The principle has been recognized as such by the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and by other instruments in the African human rights system. So most of the time, this principle is not respected by these Chinese development projects. Very recently, in Burkina Faso, for instance, there was a Chinese project aiming at building an hospital, but we don't know how the government together with the company have decided to build this hospital in natural reserve. So that was the place that they chose to build the hospital. And then no environmental impact studies was conducted before. No consultation with the local communities, and finally, thanks to the mobilization of civil society organizations and local communities, this project was stopped. So it speaks to the lack of consultation, which is at the heart of the FPIC principle. That's just one example, because for the interest of time, I gave you then the Burkina Faso example. I will leave it there. I am sure that you can duplicate this example in many other African countries. Second issue, environmental issues. So how these investments and projects affect the environment of many individuals and communities in Africa. Just an example also around this is recently in Ghana, some civil society organizations have raised their voice to complain against some Chinese investment companies that have actually signed a contract with the government of Ghana to extract bauxite in a natural reserve. So the Chinese are building roads and bridges for the Ghanaian government, and they are gaining the right to extract bauxite in a specific place. But they are using chemicals and other kind of substances that have polluted the water and the rivers in the region. So pollution and environmental destruction, because in the forest they have been destroying the environment and polluting the waters around that region. And actually, interestingly enough, one of our members is involved in the process of suing this company before domestic courts in Ghana. So this is an example of environmental destructions and water pollutions that can also lead to illnesses that are related to water that were increasing in the region. So these are examples that I can give also, beside the issue of workers' rights, other important issues that are raised from Chinese investment in Africa. So maybe to conclude, on our side, UCAR has taken this issue very seriously, and it was the theme of our last gathering in 2019, the UCAR General Assembly, as I decided to adopt this topic as one of our work streams. So we are working now on this issue, even if we are at the early stages of our work. We are working with our organizations, grassroots organizations, that can give us report and feedback on what is going on with Chinese investment in their country. We are also working with experts, including partners from the Chinese civil society, which we don't know more about, but there is a civil society also in China. Most of them are not based in China, actually, for reasons that you can imagine easily. But we are working with them because they know also the system, and they can provide us with good insights and inputs around how all these things operate. we are preparing a first report that will hopefully come out somewhere next year on a general assessment of the situation of Chinese investment in Africa, raising the most urgent and important issues. So this is an opportunity to thank again the organizers of today's event for taking this issue very seriously, because I think this is one of the most important issues of our time in Africa, and we need to deal with it decisively in order to make sure that investment also goes hand in hand with respect for the environment and the respect for human rights. So I will leave it here. I know I have spoken a lot, and I am happy to discuss with you any questions or comments that you want to make, if the technology allows. And I thank you for your attention, and I hope we can continue interacting even after this workshop. We can continue our interaction on this topic. Thank you very much, Joseph and Arnold. Thank you, all of the participants.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to join you. Thank you very much, UCCF, for the opportunity to speak to this audience, but also for the opportunity to work on this documentary. My name is Hagai Matsuko, and I am together with a journalist colleague, Agatha Atheire, produced, investigated, and produced this documentary. I think perhaps the starting point for me is that even though I had, and I mean before I worked on the documentary, I had been an investigative journalist for 10 years, and was the investigations editor at The Independent, working on stories regarding workers' rights violations. I think nothing had prepared me for the horrifying underbelly of the violations of workers' rights by Chinese enterprises. And I think that goes to show you how worse the problem is. Talking to these workers, you realize that our obscene appetite for FID, for foreign for FDI, foreign direct investment, has blinded us to the dark side of these investors we caught. I will not go into the various violations that I mean the video captures that, but I would like to tell you that I mean, documentaries just capture a snapshot of reality of an issue, and that's basically to say that you have just a slice, you have just a snapshot really of what's happening. All the workers we interacted with, some of the footage couldn't end up in the documentary, again because of the limitations. It can only be so long, but all of them, you know, same problems, poor pay, exposure to unsafe working environments, you know, forced HIV testing, denial of contracts, and so many other things. When we had completed, to show you that these problems just keep happening, we had completed editing the documentary, and we got a tip that one of the Chinese bosses at a factory called Global Paper assaulted a worker who was a second-year student at I think Chambogo University, and the worker had to be admitted and was in excruciating pain. University students tend to be, you know, are more exposed, will likely report. If, you know, employers can still assault a person with that level of exposure, think about what happens to the very vulnerable of our society. Like the lady we interview in the documentary, a lot of undocumented cases. Yeah, and it's quite unfortunate, and I realized how powerless and sort of disinterested the authorities in charge of you know, ensuring that these things happen, how helpless or even disinterested they are. I'm talking about the authorities at the Ministry of Gender and Labor. You know, we got information that they had done some studies and discovered some of these things, but there's not so much they could do. When they did attempt to hold some of these employers accountable, there was backlash from government. They were accused of frustrating investors, of sabotaging development. So it leaves you, it's quite disquieting. It leaves you not sure, how this problem can even start to be resolved if the authorities that are supposed to, deal with them are, just won't be allowed to do their job. But I think that the efforts by UCCA give us hope, as they allow us, and I mean commissioning things like commissioning this documentary or the discussion we are having right now. I think that the frustrations and the pessimism I left with after editing the documentary, I think that there's a ray of hope that comes from these efforts. And once again, thank you very much, UCCA. I hope that we can even do more and continue exposing these violations and holding official power accountable. Thank you again for listening to me, and I wish you wonderful deliberations.
Leslie from the Uganda Investment Authority. He called and told me was taking child to hospital, so he also couldn't make it. But he would have been glad if they came to talk about some of these issues. But maybe next time. So on the first panel, we are going to have Madame Jen Nalunga from Sayatini, and but we would have been glad if they cared to talk about some of these issues. But maybe next time. So on the first one, we are going to have Madame Jen Nalunga from and sorry about those technology glitches. So I was saying on the panel, we are going to have Madame Jen Nalunga from Sayatini. She's the executive director of Sayatini. Then we are also going to have on panel still Mr. Asha Wilson Owere from Notu. Then we will also have Mr. Silvanos. Silvanos is one of the people that you saw in the video, but he's now here with us and he's going to talk on these issues. He's going to tell you directly. You could think what was in the video was just, maybe, put up, but he's here and he's going to be on the panel. And I think those are the only ones for now that we shall have on the panel. And Joseph Biomuhandi is going to be moderating. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dalton. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, Joseph.
I know after watching the documentary, sometimes the first time we watched the review, people at office were very sad. They couldn't believe that certain things were happening to fellow Ugandans. But we are here to discuss the way forward. But maybe before we go into the discussion, I would like to get suggestions from the panelists. Do we have you sit here in front? Are you comfortable in your places? Do we set up here? What do you prefer?
But maybe for the sake of time, by the time we construct that, we can speak where we are.
Okay. Thank you so much. It's very good to always get consensus. But I would request Silva to maybe come and occupy this seat because you're one of the panelists, Madam Jane and Mr. Asha Oweri. So Silva, kindly come take up this seat, then we'll start with the discussion. The context has been set already. The labor issues have been highlighted. And I would start with Mr. Asha Wilson. In the video, the official from the Ministry of Gender said the trade unions have not unionized the people working in the Chinese factories. So I'll pick it up from there to find out from Mr. Asha Wilson, what is not doing to see to it that the Ugandans working in the Chinese factories are able to get unionized and be able to negotiate for their rights.
Just speak without microphone.
Initially, people say the microphone was being used, but maybe now that we're done with the video, we can use the microphone.
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank Uganda Boston and Corporate Accountability for organizing this wonderful meeting, roundtable talk, which is actually focusing on the human rights, but the emphasis was on issues affecting the workers. First of all, I'm humbled because very few organizations have taken interest in helping workers, especially to bring out the issues that are affecting, that are silent and affecting workers. On the issue of what the Minister of Labor is talking about, I don't want to be like going on the defensive, but first of all, we must recognize the problem that is affecting the labor in this country. The biggest problem, I would take it first of all on the intellectual perspective. The first one is there's lack of political will to ensure that labor in this country is recognized. As much as workers' labor is needed in all aspects, but there is lack of recognition to make it stronger. And I will highlight that. You remember in 1990, there was structural adjustment that was promoted by IMF and World Bank. Now, in that, there was a problem that the structural adjustment purposely came for labor to dismantle it. And I will tell you that many of the factories were disorganized. The labor
was very, very strong by then. Most of the corporations became in abeyance. Some of them were sold. Now, it weakened the labor setup in this country. Now, you find even Ministry of Labor is no longer there, but it is just supporting under Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, which is a real structural problem. Now, that structural problem affects the setup of labor movement in the whole country. First of all, Ministry of Labor is not strong enough to take action on any issue related to workers. When you look at what is happening today, Ministry of Labor has how many departments? The first one, you have a ministry which is now in charge of women. It's Minister of Gender actually, and it's the one responsible for labor. But you find that the women issue are in that ministry. The work, the youths are there, the disabled are there, the cultural group are there. Which other ones? The elderly, and so on. Disabled. So the workers of issues does not come out effectively. Now, when you look at that, you find that when they are discussing issues, even when in Parliament, when they are appropriating funds, they start with the issue of gender, children, and the rest. Now, you have ministry, you have just as a department, you have a director, and you need to strengthen the labor administration, first of all, in that ministry. Now, when you come to political will, which is very key, today, the government itself, when you look at even the setting within government, they don't want to pay good salary, even to their own civil servants. You have seen the battles who have been raging with the teacher, the issue of teachers, the doctors, and so on. But that is when we are moving towards that. Now, what is needed now is, first of all, the government must bring back the Ministry of Labor fully, and we have a standalone ministry where it's responsible for labor, where there must be now our colleague who was talking from South Africa was talking something. He said something which was very interesting, that we have issues, and the issues mainly with the Chinese. What is our investment agreement between Uganda and China? We can start from that. Today, Chinese are regarded as one of the investors who are protected. And that protection gives them a lot of clout. They don't want to obey the rules of this country. Even Ministry of Labor, they are timid. They cannot go in any factory and inspect it. Now, coming back to structure, in this country there must be, when we have Ministry of Labor, there must be inspectorate, the inspectors who are supposed to inspect these factories. It's not the role of trade unions to inspect these factories. Ensure that they conform with the regulations, because the government is the custodian of the law. So we need a strong labor administration. And by having strong labor administration, means you must have ministry responsible for labor, ministry that plans things and do things that affects workers on a daily basis. You don't mix them with the elderly. You don't mix them with the children. You don't mix it with the culture. That's where the problem emanates from. Now, coming back to issues, how do we handle this? First of all, we as labor unions, we are now advocating for the following. First of all, we have struggled to ensure that we have returned industrial court. Most of you know that for over 20 years, there was no industrial court in this country. It was put on abeyance. And that's what I was talking about on the issue of political will. Because when that time when the labor industrial court was very strong, the government thought it was harassing their investors. So they had to put it aside and make sure it does not work. But when I came in, it's one of the things that we identified. We said, no, we must strengthen labor administration in this country. I also want to thank Minister of Labor under Pius Bigirimana. When he was appointed the permanent secretary in that ministry, he tried his level best to bring back the glory of labor in that ministry. And is one of the people, when we identified the loopholes, especially the issue of industrial court, we discussed with him, we agreed, and today the industrial court is back. We are also pursuing the issue of returning the Ministry of Labor as standalone ministry. Another thing that we have also identified and fought for a long time was minimum wage. In this country, there is no minimum wage. And that one goes back again to the political will. Because we are saying, no, if we fix the minimum wage, it will scare the investors and so on. But what we, the trade unions, did was first of all to have worked with the stakeholders. We explained this at every angle, up to the highest, up to the top leadership of this government. Now, we agreed that yes, there must be minimum wage. Now, along the way, there was also a problem. Now, we took government of Uganda to international labor organization. That is standard of labor in the ILO. We took government in 2017, and the government was represented by Honorable Uganda, who was then by the minister, who was the Minister of State for labor. In that committee of experts, we defeated government. And government was directed to come back and put in place the minimum wage. When they came back, they started dragging on. They appointed board, minimum wage board, and as usual, they started dragging on slowly. What we did was to go for plan B. We told one of our members of parliament to go in and put in a private member's bill as plan B. Now, when we saw them moving slowly, we asked Honorable Wakajara to put in minimum wage private members bill in parliament. We lobbied, and the minimum wage law was passed. Now, but the Ministry of Labor that we didn't want this law to pass, because we had somehow over maneuvered them, they decided to tell the president not to sign the bill. And the bill was returned to Parliament. This is where we are today. And we need now to find a way how this bill can be signed. So what am I saying? Even the issue of allowing workers to join the union is law, by law, that anybody who accepts and actually wants to join the union is allowed. And anybody who refuses is actually a crime. But most of these Chinese companies, including some of our own companies, Uganda here, and others, have stubbornly refused workers to join the union. But what we have done, we have so far we have about 3 organizations that we have taken to court, because it's through that we can actually liberate these workers. So what we are trying to do now is to work together and see that we liberate the workers entirely and work on the structures as I have highlighted. So the issue is very big, but we need to work together. We also need to strengthen our own area of our leadership from the lowest to the highest level. We also need to create awareness among the workers, because most of the workers don't know their rights. And this is where we need to focus on and ensure that we work together and bring workers to a certain level. But I want to thank our brothers and sisters from the Uganda Postal, all these organizations that are coming up to help us to work with us to ensure that we fight for the rights of the workers. I also want to thank their team, because once in a while, their team is coming up with the programs that enhance and brings workers to that limelight. I want to thank you so much, and may I for now stop there. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ashawu Oweri from the Trade Union. It's both you clarified in the way forward for us to get out of this predicament. I have summarized 3 aspects. That is strengthening labor administration in Uganda, enforcing the labor laws, and also raising awareness of workers' rights. That is something he believes that will improve the situation for Uganda to work on Chinese investments. I'll now move to Madame Jane. Siatini is a member of UCCA, Mr. Ashawu. You have heard the far right in the video. You have heard the views from the trade union, and as Siatini Uganda, a key actor, what is your take on this situation? How should we better the conditions of Ugandans working in Chinese investments?
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon, comrades who are here. When I saw the documentary, it's really, really shocking. But I have also seen worse. We have moved around in some plantations, which I won't mention, and the situation there is also very, you can weep. So, one of the interviewees was saying, how can they do this to us? And I was saying, why should we allow ourselves to be treated like that? And why should government allow its citizens to be treated like that? For me, I think that's a question which we need to put on the table. Then two, it's true, the Chinese are worse. I say worse. All the other investors are bad. So we need to be clear about that. That the Chinese have crossed a certain line, but all the other investors have crossed all these lines. Like I have said, you have been to a number of plantation investments. The situation is so bad. So how do we move forward? I think we need to strengthen our policies and our laws, national policies and laws. And I think it's very important. My brother from UCAR raised the issue of infringement on international human rights. In fact, he gave a list of the labor laws, the economic, social, and cultural rights, so many. But I think it's really, really important to remember that all these issues are trade related. It's trade and investment laws and policies. And they are negotiated. So we need to make sure that whatever is in the human rights laws are included within the trade laws. There has been a debate what supersedes the other, whether it's the human rights framework or the trade framework. The trade framework supersedes. Because the trade framework, it's binding. Today we don't have a binding treaty on business and human rights. It's ongoing, and I know we are members, we are continuing the struggle, but I'm not being pessimistic, but that struggle won't go very far. Because those of you who are students of history, you should remember that since the 1960s, 70s, there has been that push to regulate, to have a binding treaty to regulate the transnational corporations, but it hasn't come to anything. Today, the struggle for a UN binding treaty on business and human rights, it's also, it also has issues. US has refused to sign, EU is saying they are observers, So the transnationals are very strong. So what we need to do is to strengthen our national frameworks, our national and regional, because we need to have a regional framework. Because if we don't do a regional framework, a very strong one, we start competing against each other. China will say, okay, we are going to Kenya, we are going to Tanzania, so we need a regional approach. When you look at our investment code today, it has a number of gaps. For example, one, it doesn't have a human rights impact assessments. They are not there, So we need to put human rights impact assessments that every project, every investment which comes here should have a human rights. Social and human rights impact assessment. It has to be there. And also the environmental impact assessments. Today it's like, just best endeavor. But we need also to make the environmental impact assessment very, very strong. We need to put in our investment laws that government has a right to regulate in public interest. It isn't there. But when you look at the investment code, investment framework for South Africa, investment framework for India, it's there. Government has a right to regulate in public interest. Why is this very important? Today, in the investment, bilateral investment treaties, there is a clause on expropriation. Expropriation in a normal language means that nationalization. government shouldn't expropriate an investment. But today, it has been broadened. We include all laws, any law which you put in place, which is going to reduce the profits of an investment, that's expropriation. So that also ties the hands of our governments to put in laws, to put laws in place. So there are a number of issues which we need to look at to ensure that we strengthen our investment code. And that's when we go to court, you have a document to go to court. But we need also to look at the issue of coherence, because our brother talked about contracts. Government, signs contracts, left, right, and center. A minister goes to China, they are just eating, they are having dinner, he signs, and that's binding on the country, So we need to ensure transparency. We need to educate our ministers. Don't sign anything. Don't. I remember when we were looking at the bilateral investment treaties we have signed, Uganda has signed. They were not there in the ministry. Some of them we had to get them from Antan. Somebody signs, leaves it there. But at the end of the day, it's binding. Remember the case of the flower issue that women were poisoned. That one. The owners of that flower farm said, when you look at our bilateral investment treaty, Netherlands, which we have signed with government of Uganda, there are no issues of performance requirements. They don't tell us how to give, what to pay to the workers, whether to give them protective gear. It isn't there. So it goes to what we call treaty shopping. Investors do treaty shopping. They will pick and choose what law applies to them. If the investment code is good for them, they will say we follow the investment code. If the bilateral treaty is good for them, they will go for that. So we need to harmonize, strengthen and harmonize for our laws. Let me have two more issues to then I wind up. Today, there are negotiations going on in the World Trade Organization. We don't have at the moment, at the multilateral level, we don't have an investment agreement. So in a way, government is free to put in place laws and policies that protect the people. But negotiations want some developed countries want to launch an agreement on investment facilitation. So we need to watch out. So what I'm saying, our consortium should watch out at the domestic level. And let's see the beauty of this consortium. We work at the local level, at the national level, regional level, global level, UN, and the WTO. So we need to be to look out for that. Lastly, is the issue what my brother has pointed out, Mr. Willie, the issue of government, government's will. It's also the attitude. It's the attitude, that belief, the ideology that investors are the people who are going to save this country, that investors will get out of poverty, that investors will give us jobs. They will never do that. No country has ever developed because somebody from outside comes to develop you. So we need that mindset. We need to change it. And by the way, the future is not very, the future is bleak. Because when we look at the industrialization plan we have, the EPZs, there are going to be violations there. So we need to watch out. So as a consortium, our work is really, really cut out. But we need to speak out. We need to name and shame, by the way. If Royal Van, whatever, did that, We need to put it on the radio, to put it on the TV. We shame them. The Chinese, we need to shame them. But we need to work on two legs. We are shaming, but we are also strengthening our legal framework, and we are going to court. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam Jane, for the way forward. I like the aspect of mindset shift. As Asha Wilson already noted, the political will in this country is for let investors come. Actually, they are referred to as my investors. So she's calling for the mindset shift because Uganda is for us, the people are the economy. So it should be about us and not the foreigners that bring capital. We're going to have our last panelist, Silva. He was part of the people in the documentary. He was a victim. He was dismissed from his work for speaking up about the right. And we want to hear from him today. What message do you have to the persons in this room as a victim of the abuses of Chinese investments? And then we propose that in way forward.
Thank you so much, Mr. Asha Wilson, Trade Union, Madam Jane Aruka, team, and the moderator, Mr. Joseph. I'm happy to be here today, and still already happy everybody was here. Thank you for the efforts that you put in to save the workers, the laborers in Uganda. By the names of business advance, I think you have seen me in the documentary. But before I go ahead, I want to thank you again. Thank you for the effort. And I would like to commend you people to use me as the voice for the voiceless. There are people down there who are suffering but can't come out. They do not have the guts of coming out as you saw me up there on the documentary. What the consortium showed you is true. It's massive everywhere. If given time, I'll first give you some of that individual story. I used to work with the Chinese in a place called Matuka since 2009. But before working with the Chinese, I used to work with a company called GM Sugar. It's in Nachibizi, Biko, that's Lucas, as a centrifugal operator. So when I shifted to Chinese great steel company, things were different. You come, apply for the job, they don't ask for anything. The only thing they could ask for is your name. I used to believe when you apply for a job, there are some steps you're supposed to take. But to me, it was never done. I didn't sign any contract, I didn't do anything. Things were worse. I worked for over 8 years with them. In that process, some of our brothers died, some others got injuries. To take you back there, there's a time one of our workers got bombed. You know, we used to manufacture steel products, angle bars, iron steel, steel bars. And before that, we used to manufacture hose. So it was during the shift, it's a day shift because we used to work 12 hours. At times, you could work overtime and you get paid for that. So it was during day, we call it boiler section, it was melting iron. And to me, See, we didn't get the investigation, they didn't do any investigation. To me, I call it a shock absorber for the car or for the motorcycle. You know, you put it in this time, it busts like a bomb. So as we were on duty, it had to burst. We didn't realize at first. But after something like 5 minutes, we realized someone was hurt. So when we went to the scene, this thing, when it blasted, it had to hit the head. This skull opened, and the guy died on the spot. What brought tears to me, and it didn't correct, is when the Chinese bosses were like, we have to carry this dead body, put it outside the factory, so that in case the authorities come, they are able to deny that he is going to work here. Of which I resisted, I refused. I was the cheerleader. I was like, it can't work out. So we carried this dead body to the weighing bridge. It's in front of the office, the weighing bridge where they used to weigh this raw material scrap from. We let that body there. These Chinese fought hard to see that this body goes out. Since I got some backup and some support from my friends, we were able to overpower them. The police came. I don't know, they did their study, they did everything they did, and the body was taken for a small temple in Uganda. After that, he was buried, and life went on. Is my fellow Ugandan in my country, died under the hands of a Chinese investor, who we think when he comes to our country, he comes to maybe to better our life of Ugandans.
Who told you that?
Yes, please.
Mindset shift.
That's what we think. But Madame has talked about mindset shift. We should shift our minds. No investor can come to our country to develop, because in most cases, if you are to do research, most profits they make in our country go back to their countries, meaning they're not developing us, but milking us. So the boy was buried. May his soul rest in peace. There comes another feeling whereby there's a certain boy who was burned by that iron smoke. Because me, I was already chased out of factory because of that scene. I was pushed out and had no one to blame me. Because what they do at first when you come for work, they only ask for your names. To take you back, there's a day I led a protest, a peaceful one. My issue was we need work ID cards. At times you leave work late and asked by police, where is your ID? You say you're from work, but where is your ID? What shows that you were from work? They couldn't provide IDs. There's a time when the NSSF group came to the workplace and they're like, are these people registered with the NSSF? What these Chinese did, they had a list of our names in the offices and kind of logos, NSSF logo, and they were like, aha, we are registered. To me, I was like, no, we are not registered. I also led another protest of protective gears. You know, when we are smelting this iron, is what we call air pollution. Black, thick air comes out of that smelting iron. And some of you, if you reach that place, you can't even breathe. So when you look at the situation there, Chinese are putting on masks when we don't have masks. They have gloves, we don't have gloves. They're putting on protective boots, we're using on our rubber boots. of which rubber boots can't work near fire. You just go and buy your own gumboot, you come with it, out of your little salary you're being paid, you enter there, you start work. Metal, let me select a nail. It can easily pass through that boot. Fire can easily go through that boot. But when you say something, you become an enemy to them. And that's why I thank these groups today for this. These Chinese are protected by armed men. In fact, when you say something, it's like, push this one out of the gate. I personally speaking, I was assaulted by Chinese. I was at work. I worked overtime. It was time for breakfast. When he found me taking breakfast, he came, pushed me. The hot tea poured on me. After pushing me, I stood up. I was like, I worked overtime. I'm having breakfast. He punched me. Why do you have to say that to me? When I went to the police station, open number 5, maybe I moved to the police for over 3 weeks, but I was not helped. Each time I went to police, they were like, your file isn't here. It's at work, it's your file isn't with us. It's like this and this. Just because I'm going to report a Chinese investor. And to make matters worse, this Chinese will mostly, when the enforcement of this, I know they were looking for Chinese who had the work permits. They are one of the people who are taken without work permits. Meaning they were here illegally. So I left the case. I had no one to help me. Indeed, this is our Uganda. So thank you so much for coming up. With this solution. To me, it's a solution because it's going to help us. These Chinese believe in that Ugandans are after money. You know, when you get, yeah, that's what they believe. That, but their money is not this that maybe you work and they pay you enough money. They don't have a fixed salary wage. You will come and they had this tendency when they knew that we people around the area knew what they did. So they used to get funds, go to Arua, go to Nebi, go to Soroti, pick workers, drive them to this site. Without giving them accommodation. They tell you they're going to start working from here. Remember, you're from very far, you don't have transport to take you back. Since you have that, you have to work. You work for 4,000 per day. You'll be overworked, under sunshine, no protective gear. At the end of the day, when you come out of the work in the evening, you have nowhere to sleep. So what you do, you have to collect money among yourselves, if you attend, to pay for a room for either a week or for 4 days. So most of them ended up, after working for a week and they have collected something, they go back home. People are suffering down there. People are suffering down there. And I beg, let me be the voice for the voiceless. Please use me. Whenever you need me, use me. Laws, I don't know if there are laws, but the Uganda police today and other authorities, when there's a time when you reach the Minister of Labor, they had CPS. They didn't help me. When they had the Chinese, they were like, no, we are busy. I had to give. So thank you so much, Madam Jane, Mr. Wilson Were, and everybody who is here. I don't have much to say, but Madam said, let us use opportunities of radios and TVs to expose them. And still it is, please use me. Madam Nalunga spoke about something, environmental assessment laws. Madam, not only Madam, when you reach that place, there are two things: air pollution and water pollution. These things they usually do them, and indeed they know what they do. Most cases they know that they break the law, and at times they are like, after all, we are protected by the soldiers, we are protected by the police. When you reach that place, if you get a chance of standing outside of the smoke in that area, you'll be like, oh my God, are these human beings who are staying here? You see, if you could have got a chance of finding them in the factory, you could think maybe I'm a commando, I'm a mafia. I don't know how I should call it, because I become black like chow, as if I'm smeared myself with chow. The clothes I use and everything. They're not really good working conditions. I don't speak a lot, but I would like to thank Mr. Masiko Agai and Mrs. Agatha Twine, who took their time to come to the ground. They are the people who in fact inspired me to come out, because we are even afraid each time we are like, you're going to be arrested, you're like talking about investors, you are doing this, you are doing this. But when this Madam Agatha Twine came to me, she was like, we do this, and we are from Uganda Constitution. Please say something. I was like, no, it's okay. After her explaining to me, I was like, you can even show my face. I'm no longer afraid. And it will those people that were there. We are passing through hell. It's hell. I want to speak about something here. There are some things that these people do. These people, one of the things they do is there are some, like when we talk about these steel companies. I've worked in my life, I've worked in two companies, sugar factory, but then we spoke about plantations. I know what's down there, but I won't speak about that. I know what's down there. I was in Kakira, I was in Skoll, I was in Biko, there's a factory called GM Sugar. And for that side, there's a case with Mr. We talked about the court, for the labor industrial court. It's in Tina. I've been there. It's a case with my dad, and up to date we have not been helped. It was there since, I think, last year December. Up to date. See, Ashtina Indians with an African. For this, I can give a simple example. My dad was working as a chief process manager. He usually call it industrial chemistry. And was chief process manager. Being an African, a Ugandan, and they are Indians, he was earning less than the person he was heading. He's an Indian and he's earning more than him. Remember, he's the boss. But the person under him is earning more than him. What do you see there? You see, all those cases were in court, but at the end of the day, they defied the contract because he was chased up from work. That means they defied the contract. We are the industrial court. We are helped. But some things with the Indians and I think they are legal personnel, they are still taking them sideways. Back to our point of the Chinese. These Chinese you see here have made it, I don't know how to say it, they have made it known. Because when they come to our country and they find everything is on their favor, they go back to their country and bring in more Chinese. Please come to Uganda, everything is good for us. No one will talk about this, no one will talk about this. But can you still do the same to your country? So it has become a norm. And that's why in most cases you find them gazetted in one area, supporting each other. Today I'm seated because of the Chinese. When you're in the documentary, you saw some boys, you saw some bars, iron bars, hot, flowing. I was one of the boys who trained those boys to work there. At first, when they came in 2009, it was the Chinese working there. And I can tell you, I guarantee you, each Chinese working there per day was earning 180,000 per day. So if you calculate how much he earns per month. And Uganda, who used to work there, used to earn 15,000 per day. Of which they deducted it to 10,000. I personally, I used to work there.
In those smelting bars that we saw.
There is a lot of heat. You work in that. But with time, we had to remove these Chinese because of the impact of fire. Others were taken for treatment, others were taken back to China. So they had to leave Africans working there. Me being their head. So with time, it reached a time I started coughing blood. When I told them I didn't get any medication. Not only me, the other people who used to work at that department. But instead, they had to reduce our salary to 8,000. I felt sick for almost a week. But the first days when I felt sick, I used to force myself because I needed the work. I forced myself to go for work. But the last 3 days I didn't go for work. When I reached the gate, they told us, soldiers, don't allow this man inside. He's no longer our work. I had no one to cry to. I couldn't go to police because they can't help me. One thing they know is when a Chinese comes here, he will give us money. And they're not doing these things alone. They're using our fellow Ugandans, the so-called interpreters. Tell them I'll give them to you. Let them take out the case. We end up suffering. So I don't want to talk a lot, but I'll just thank you for everything. Thank you for your efforts, and may God bless you.
Thank you so much, Silva, for sharing your story, your lived experience working with the Chinese. It's a good opportunity in this room. We have various actors, and definitely something has to be done about these issues that have been raised. So it's at this point that I'll allow some of us to make comments, those that watched the video, and we watched it before we break up the line. But in the interest of time, you keep it short. I'll start with the lady and come to Mr. Catherine.
Thank you so much for that. My name is Lewis. I still have the documentary was very emotional for me. I was born my eldest brother was I'm going to look for a job. They can work here now. I got a job here. So one night, yes, it was polyclinical company, but it was famous. You know, to talk to a lawyer, and then he didn't have opportunities as well. So the lawyer just said, sort it out, talk out of court, and they paid his bill and they gave him, I think, compensation of like 1.2. Well, like I went through school, but then getting professional work is a bit hard because of that disability. But going back to the documentary, it's very good. But I thought it would be good to add a contact, a confidential number to encourage people to speak up. You know, this is not right. You can always call this number to get help, people help, or as you say, it's moving forward. That's just some of the. Then also, I come from an ecological background, an environmental background, but they are specialized arms of the police unit, like the environmental police unit. In the work with the mining sector, and we have mineral police, there are Chinese companies, even with the main extractive sector, which are very hard. When you're going there, are UPDF, like for Sunbelt, for example, we're there. I just came back from Karamoja yesterday, but we've been having dialogues with communities. They don't let you in until the RDC has to call somebody because there are so many UPDF and things like that, but finally they let us in. We've been working with, I think it's good for ECCA to engage the regional and local partners to see how we can localize, as well as we are looking at strengthening the policies and laws. They also need to strengthen that to see how we can CSOs like this consortium can partner with the district and other implementers to see, to strengthen the same monitoring of these. These things are spread all over the nation. Like what happened to my brother was in Kenya, because that's small. But I think it would be good to work with regional partners to strengthen the monitoring. If these people know us in a while, people are coming from the district, maybe the probation officer in charge of labor, things like that, to monitor, working with, to see if they are implementing those health and safety measures and ABC things. I think we'll see that it's one way of enhancing, seeing victims come to us to enhance the respect for human rights, because so much is going on. But since they don't know what no monitors and nothing is going on, they think like that. But it will be good to partner with the district people and at local level, maybe get a database of what companies, where, who. If these people know people are watching us, there will be a difference in how we operate.
Thank you so much, Phyllis. I'll then have Mr. Gardner.
Thank you very much. I think really the documentary and the speakers have really highlighted the salient issues that we need to really focus on. Yeah, of course, my name is Gad Bender. I work for World Voice in Uganda, and part of our work is to provide legal support to the indigents, especially those who are affected by such activities. And indeed, I would want, but of course, there are not just like two issues that really keep bothering us. And I think one of them we talked about one of them, the issue of the mandated institutions having no power to act. I think for me, we need to focus more on that. Then, if an institution cannot actually cannot implement its mandate, then of what use is it? And I think we need to dig deeper to find out exactly, maybe from them, what is the biggest problem that probably maybe we need to work with them to support them. For instance, what should the Ministry of Gender be doing if they cannot bring these companies to order? I know, Madam Jane, I participated with her when we were engaging with the issues of investment court. But you know, there are some clauses that ideally were not being formed to the maximum. And the idea is that you continue creating a gap from which some of these investors can always manipulate certain aspects. Then the second thing is the issue of ESIS. And I think the previous speaker talked about the issue of following up on aspects of health and safety. I need to expound it further. To look at whether these companies actually even do environmental and social impact assessments. So that then we know, because you see some of those aspects that should be speculated. They should be inspected and say, okay, now, I want you to look at this interaction was coming from Job, from Job. They had a lecture there on EIP issues of oil. And there's one of the companies, I think, before Matuga, this is a company that is in the swamp. A swamp. Typical swamp. They have even enclosed it. And you can see the swamp. I was asking, and I was with one of the environmental officers, one of the senior guys in them. And I was asking, I said, you guys, do you see this? He said, my friend, those are investors, you leave them alone, So you are compromising the people's health. So in a way, I would think that maybe we need to be thinking of what can we really do to ensure that, yes, we need this investment, but this investment must not happen on the expense of the health and safety of the bigger group. So I don't know really what we need to do. I think maybe we need a more bigger sort of a conference or where we really bring these powers that be. So that then we are able to hold them accountable. Okay, we are saying, okay, there is this and this. Whose role was it supposed to be? You say it was so and so. Okay, why did they do it? Then they will say, my friend. So if you are saying, okay, Nema, you are supposed to be doing this. You are supposed to ensure that these investors actually conduct ESIS. Why were they not done? Have you done some of these? Have you monitored? Have you supervised to find out whether actually they are complying? Then we say, okay, but in any case, how did these investors even come about? Then you have investment authority. Then you have Ministry of Trade answering some of these questions. So that then everybody we put you on spot. So that then we are able to say, what can we do moving forward together? Because I mean some of these things, actually we may even begin thinking that actually we are getting a lot of benefits in these investments. Yet idea we do not. We are talking about, they are going to say, we are going to create this number of jobs. But what quality of jobs are you talking about? These jobs that this gentleman is talking about, how much are we reaping in terms of the money, in terms of benefits, in terms of how much people are gaining from this company? Then how about by then do they even pay taxes? I think for me those are aspects that we need to really go deeper into moving forward building on this.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gardner. Simon, your hand was up?
Yes.
Okay, we'll start with you and we'll come to Joy.
The same issue. When we keep blaming the Chinese or the other investors and leave our own, we are also missing a point somehow. Last week I attended a meeting held by Assistant Commissioner in charge of licensing, Ministry of Energy. In a place called the Chuamba, they had come for surface rights verifications. And the RDC was better with the commission on why they are not supervising the investor, the so-called investors. One, the road we used to go to Chuamba, where they are extracting Pozolana from. Hima Semen has a license there. The land where they have been extracting Pozolana from is supposed to be restored, but they've not done that work, and they're shifting to another locations where they have surface rates. The road, when you look at it, what the company pays in form of royalties back to the community, the 3% to the land owner, the 7% to the sub-county, the 10% to the district, and 80% to the central government. That money combined vis-a-vis the pressure those companies are putting on the taxpayer is nothing, but the government is not seeing that. When people who are supposed to go to their local markets, they are not accessing markets. So the RDC was asking a question, because we also had the inspector from the Department of Geology and Survey. Why are you not doing your work? The man was point blank. He told us, I've been alone and taking Ankole, Toro, and Unyoro. And the money I have in form of fuel cannot afford me even to supervise Angola alone. So you are saying it's like we don't have supervisors. So you are saying now they have added another person. So is that the problem of the Chinese investment? Even our government, even on our own, we are not doing enough. So maybe if there is some light we are seeing, there is need to change some of the situation for us to change what is taking place. I think that then we have the solution.
Thank you so much, Simon. We'll then have yours.
Thank you. My name is Glory Kampala. I work for the International Organization. One thing, there's a growing trend that I've seen in many areas where the investors that we are talking about here, and I've met the investors who, when you're asking them about the ills that are happening in their cities, their answer is, I'm working for government. Have you found that new breed of investors?
Yes.
You go to Maruzi, hillside, they say, I'm working for government. You go to Kiyandogo Sugar, I'm working for government. Now, there's a new trend where an investor just sees the eye and tells you, I got a facility to work from, all I'm doing is business part for government. So as we talk, and these are mostly now Indians actually. So as we talk about holding them to account, that is where now we are getting to, where someone bluntly tells you everything you want to ask, even if it means me beating up someone, and there's an issue of how I'm harassing the labor force, they say, talk to government. And it's a very blanket way they talk, and you see they talk with a lot of authority. I just noticed it, my last visit. You can't imagine you walk in this country and everywhere you walk, you have to move with the clearance of the RDC, the RPC, and it's amazing how to show you. In this country, you have to move with the, because everywhere you're meeting anime, and you're reaching out to companies that are violating people's rights, and they're telling you, talk to government. I don't know how punching someone relates to talking to government, but I'll also end with this. Siatini, Madame Nalunga, they're doing some work around reviewing the PPP Act. And you see there are clauses within this act, there are sections within this act that need to be dealt with, because then, you see, our government is ceding all the responsibility. No, our government is shouldering all the liability in all these investments. And you see, at a point where we're asking Chinese questions as they are coming in as investors, now because we have a very poor portfolio with international financials like the World Bank, African Development Bank, and now that we've gone majorly into PPPs, public-private partnerships, government has this act that is taking all the liability of the investor. And so we are going to find many more Chinese companies now coming through PPPs. They're already coming in through PPPs. What that means is that as you find the hillside and the Kiyandogo Sugar, and I will not name others, telling you that as government, now with the PPPs, they are just going to throw Ugandans upside down, because then now they have all the authority. All the authority. I'll tell you this, it's depressing. And I'll end with this as I moved through the ministerial zonal offices and were trying to talk about this, someone was telling me, you see, that it's a particular project. That report, it's only us with us, and it has a lot of people have shared these things, the land and everything. And so it's a sensitive report because it has people's names and I told him, don't give it to me, I don't need it. Because we know the people are there. So that's where we are now. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so much, George.
We have Arnold.
Somebody here?
Oh,
I'm sorry. No, don't worry, don't. Yeah. I know what.
yeah. Let him go.
Okay, it is members in the age when you have, we have beyond the age you go emotional, you cry. So when I saw the documentary and then heard from you friends and this friend of mine, the victim, and some of you even sharing, so tears are really going into me. What we can now realize is corruption has eaten our nation. We need to bring as many bodies, as many stakeholders on board, and whatever it takes, we must bring these things out. The journalists must write these stories seriously because we have evidence. I want to appreciate the UCAR for this great work, but continue now we go to the environment and we combine these documentaries, then go and work with our district leaders who normally receive envelopes when they go to investors in those areas. We have been, Navoda and friends, we have been going to these investors, the Bunyoro region. We have been going to the environment officers to actually find out if they have environmental impact assessments and if they are monitoring these things. But the way they talk, they say, yeah, we have been going there, but I said, what about, can we look at these documents? What do you find out? They are very elusive. But from behind the corners, we find these guys go there. Instead of becoming monitors, they get envelopes and become visitors. And everybody, these guys get away with it. But maybe these documentaries, if we go down to our regions, if we invite, I understand Honorable Wele is going to Parliament and maybe there's a committee. I want to thank UCAR. You tried to invite people from Uganda and social, but they never. We have next time they will come maybe, so that maybe they also get emotional, get emotions, and maybe try to become human, and we see what you can do together. So there's a lot of work to be done, but this is very good. I still implore that we also go into environment issues. The Chinese SBC, they are doing the airport in Bunyoro. The oil roads are overhauling the whole vegetation and the big trees. And when you go to assess, see whether there is an offset or anything, you don't get any welcome thing. Let's see what we can really do. Let me leave it at that. But this is really good work, which we must push on. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bernard. Joe wanted to say something before I come to the floor, so you can start and we'll have.
No, mine is really more of a question because we are sort of trying to find what we can do, right? From a lot of what is being said, really, the subtleties of even as small an example as having Chinese do the same job as you and them having PPE and you not having PPE. Some of the things that we have seen in the documentary, the things that are being shared, the subtleties, tend towards racism. And I've not heard anybody directly address this. So I'd like to ask Ms. Jen, and maybe Arnold can pitch in when he speaks after me, to, on what the possibilities, are for approaching this, as an issue of racism as well. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks for the questions and participants, and thanks for the panelists. Madam Jen and the tech, but also very, very importantly, Silver for the practical experience, because so many times we do engage around this discussion from a very theoretical view. We are outside looking in, and so it's really, really important to get people that have experienced some of these abuses and violations to be part of the discussion. And it was one of the things that triggered us to do this documentary, because of continuous interactions and bumping and spin-off of discussions that we have over what is wrong or what we read in the media. We still kind of struggle to figure out what the solution is, because in so many cases and in so many meetings we have sat, whether within government coffers or different investors, we are labeled anti-development, economic saboteurs, because, and we have even had the worst kind of statements from people in offices. So 2 people were injured. Is that enough to stop an investment? We had it with the Fort Portal Kamwenje, when people's children were being sexually abused or young girls getting pregnant, and still people up there saying, those are, it's collateral damage. Country cannot develop without having. And I tell them, it's very easy for you to make those statements when they are not your children or when they are not your own people. So how do we deal with this in a state where you're dealing with failure, and people have said it, failure of the state and its institutions to regulate, but also enforce standards? You're dealing with, especially with some of these Chinese companies, you're dealing with state-owned companies that have, the whole discussion around state capture and state-owned companies coming in. Where do you run to where your state is failing you, and this state doesn't really have any anchorage around human rights? But also the issue around media capture, because people talk about, we need to report these things, we need to have them published, we need to have them discussed. But where are you going to get the media to do that when the media is part of that? It's in the pocket of the abuser. They are the biggest advertisers, they are the biggest contributors to what media wants to do. And so many times we are constrained to turn to, some people named shaming, turn to I always engage and say, how do we make it expensive for them? Because business people care only about money. They don't care about the people, they don't care about the rights and protecting dear people talk about, they care how much money can I make. And as long as the anchorage of this discussion looking at, because for them, human rights protection is another cost that they will not do unless you force them to do it. And so many times you look at the angle of how do we make it expensive for them to ignore respect for rights, and so many times it's these collaborative approaches, it's shaming that are really attacking their reputation, but also boycotting. So some of the things that have been very effective is when you threaten their product, but it's why platforms like these are very important, because you have to come together as a group in a massive, scale to deal with it in a way that affects their profits, margins and stuff, because all we see is their brands. They care about their brands. Somebody talked about conscience. These companies don't have any conscience. They don't. Someone said, "Oh, government people should have been here so they get emotional." I've noticed this government has no emotions. They don't. It's you talk. Listen, we have sat in discussions and we have aired so many things. We have shown things, and then the other reaction is but we need these investors, but we need, and I always say, I don't know why we have set ourselves in a certain culture where we wait for bad things to happen to us, for us to react. Because there's this whole detachment from reality, from the people that we expect to do the right thing. You know, companies do the bare minimum. They never do the right thing. And as soon as people realize that to get them to do the right thing is when they are affected. But we don't want to be in a situation where it's every time not enforcing standards and regulations is waiting for, for bad things to happen for people to do the right thing. But like I say, it's important to anchor a lot of our work in numbers, in structures and platforms like this to ensure that everybody gets it, because you can't win it as an individual. You'll have a case of silver in a court, but it's just one that people look at the number and say, we will deal with the unfortunate bit of it. So I would really want us to see how do we organize better to ensure that we have the numbers to influence, but force them, because they are not going to do these things because it's the right thing to do. They are going to do these things because they are losing money by not doing it. And for the racism bit, we have dealt with this. And we still have a huge problem with the population as a whole, because people still have this mentality that the white person has more to offer than, people, like, it's nonsense, but what do? There's this whole colonial mentality that people still have, that because somebody is white, they're offering something better, And so many times people allow themselves to be abused because they think it's, and so many, listen, and I said, so it's what you do, or what pushes people to say, what? I know my rights, I know my worth, I know my dignity. You can't do this, because you're white and then everybody, And the unfortunate bit is that it has fallen within the institutions, be it police. We were recently in Fort Portal, and it was so sad hearing a statement from the DPCC where there are abuses and violations. When people call us that there's an abuse in a company, he said, we do what our principal wants us to do. He says the first thing to do is to ensure is the investor safe. Yeah, they said that. And it also, he said, when we are called in, I says people are calling you because they are being abused and violated. But your number one priority is to ensure that the investor is safe.
Because that's what the principal wants.
Because actually that's where you put it. Because that's what the principal wants.
And who is the principal headmaster?
Thank you so much. Madam Chair, do you want to comment on the racism?
No. The question has that main cavity.
Okay, thank you so much. So we will have Mushimi, his hand was up, then we'll end with this lady and invite Ruth to take us through the second aspect. Okay.
Well, thank you, Joseph, and the entire UCCA. A lot has been said, but I just wanted to say that the situation we are seeing here has beneficiaries. And one of the beneficiaries is the security apparatus. You go, there's a lady who talked about the Sunbelt. If you go that side, they will tell you that there was a time when the LC5 and the area MP wanted to go there in that company, and they were covered by security agents because they thought if they go there, then they are going to find out what they are doing, and what they are doing is not good. But also, the labor officers are sitting control. If you go in the Employment Act, labor officers have a lot of power. But they are not using their power to enforce these employment laws. Either they do not know that they have the power, or they deliberately don't want to do their work. So it is very important that everyone in public office is held accountable for what they are responsible for, but also as civil society, we also have to take advantage of the tipping points. Like now, the Wongoma case, it's either you save it now or you never save it. There are those tipping points where you know we have to maximize on this issue, make a lot of noise, do a lot of advocacy, so that we can change the course. The South African speaker talked about the principle of free, prior, and informed consent. This is where everything should begin from. But when you look at the Mining Act, at what point are these indigenous people consulted? In most cases, they are not consulted. And this will come from China, will go to the Directorate of the Surveys and the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. You will get a license, you will go to lands, you will process a land title because already the minerals are mapped, they know the area where minerals are. And you go to maybe Lupa and you start mining. It has happened. And in all this, the government has folded its hands. They are not acting. And yet they are facilitators. So there's a lot to be done and on and on, but there are other people that we need to share.
Thank you so much, Moses, for your contribution. We'll have this lady.
Can I comment on something?
Yes.
About the labor officers. As I told you, the structural problem. Labor officers were retired from the Ministry of Labor. They are under local government. And they are now 146 districts. There are only 38 labor officers in the whole country. And each district must have a labor officer. So we are now fighting to ensure that they come back to the center. And then they also revamp the labor officers at all districts and also empower them. And that's where I was telling you that we need to strengthen the labor administration.
Thank you so much. We will end with this lady for this first part of the discussion and move on.
I have my point here, but I will first add on Mr. Jones' point because I had a live example there. For us as Godfrey, on Community Transformation Foundation Network, in Rengo, because it is where the headquarters is, Mr. Kainga is following, as Godfrey as a network, we are following the airport project and what is going on in that pipeline, where it is passing through over the 10 districts that are under the region. During COVID, and this start and up to date, Mr. Kain has been talking about human rights violation in different workshops. So maybe the state felt that they were now on their neck. The RDs called him and told him, you know what? The state gave us a directive that you're supposed to stop your work that you're doing under your own project. Because he's always fighting for the violation of human rights, because it is too much there. So I think that is a very good example of our order to state directives or what has been talked about when it comes to state. Then my point was, before blaming the Chinese, I think it should be us to first look at who is bringing such and such a situation to happen. I think this consortium is of great importance when different organizations or networks come together, the voice will be higher than one organization to fight for the violation of human rights. The Chinese, they are not birds that can fly into the air and come directly to Uganda. So it is us Ugandans who allow the Chinese to come into our country and do everything they are doing in our country. So I think it is us, or starting from this consortium now, we can use this one, we come together, we make a vote, we fight for each and every one that is rights has been violated.
Thank you so much, participants, for getting to the finality of our first session.
Yes, I think we should talk about strengthening the labor office. And I was thinking that we also need to ensure that we do something about industrial codes. Because when you look at it, really it's overwhelming and it takes long to be because of cases. And so I was thinking that we need to do something about the industrial code. But also, in terms of strengthening the labor office, I think there are labor officers that are good. But there are some cases where you realize that the qualification is ideal. Put them in the situation where they are undermined, especially some cases that involve lawyers. So I don't know exactly what we can do about it. But I think because you know that from the labor office you just go direct to the industrial court. So I'm just thinking that maybe we need, I don't know how they can be empowered to have that kind of respect at that level, because there are cases which involve the lawyers, we usually undermine them. You know, and if they invite him for mediation, in some cases they feel like they are, because usually most of them are not lawyers. So in a way, we need to find a middle ground on how also in addition to what you're suggesting, how we can empower them to be that rightful in the rest.
Maybe just their setting is in a way that is a labor officer who is under the cow at the district, and the cow is his boss. He's an employer. How can you have an employee who is now? So he cannot override the cow. But we have voluntarily sorted that one out politically also. We also came up with a solution. We now have councillors at the district, 2 representatives. So we are trying to counter that. But all in all, we need them to come back to the center so that they are independent out of the district. When they come to the district, they have that power from the ministry.
As it was. Thank you so much. So we will have Madam Room
to add something
present, and then we can have a discussion.
Thank you so much,
We're still
Joseph.
around, but Ms. Ruth really needs to.
I have a meeting, another session that I have to do at 2.
So I suggest we let her do the presentation because we are going to continue having this discussion.
Yes. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, or it's already evening.
Good afternoon.
I know that I'm standing in your way between your lunch and you, and we are dealing with human rights here. And when I saw the video and the discussion this morning, it just broke my heart. And I looked at everyone in the room. I know a number of you. And I was asking myself, are we really making the difference that we seek to make? We have talked, we have lamented over and over again. Every time I meet Arnold, we have talked about these things. We have lamented, we've had the stories. And every year and every time it is heartbreaking. More issues are happening. And I think maybe we need to take this forward as a way forward. Because we have the documentation, we have the stories, we have the statistics. The Uganda Human Rights Commission has come in, it has talked, it has made recommendations. Why don't we petition the president? Why don't we bring a Ministry of Investment, Uganda Investment Authority on board by writing? I think the workshops also do a disservice. We feel our voices are heard, but they are not. We just keep talking to ourselves, we who are converted.
But Uganda Investment Authority invites these investors to come in Uganda. Do they do a background check on these people? Can we have sanctions and penalties so that if you do certain things, then these investors can be thrown out of the country? Declared persona non grata. Can we petition the president's office? I'm thinking he may not know what is happening. And the RDCs are having a lot of authority. Can we share the stories? The things that we have brought out when we brought out issues of sugarcane and others and we sent them to parliament, the members of parliament were surprised and appalled. Maybe we need to bring more stories like this to members of parliament, because maybe they do not know. Can we join synergies? Of course, we are, in a few government institutions and civil society, we keep talking, we keep lamenting. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm thinking we should stop lamenting and put this in writing and petition the relevant authorities. Because if we do that, and also have investigative journalists on board, and have broadcasts, if we can pay for airtime just to rub some of these things in people's faces, it would help. That was not my session. I have not yet started. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ruth Sekindi. I am a director with the Uganda Human Rights Commission, a lawyer by profession, but I'm very passionate about human rights issues. And because I'm between you and your right to food, I'll be very fast. And I'm going to talk about environmental rights compliance and the case of Bugoma Forest Reserve. Some of you already know about it. It was in the media. Others, many of you are very passionate about it. And we are going to discuss the same thing. And this time, let us have solutions, durable solutions, on where we can go from here. But before we go into Bugoma, let's look at what are environmental rights? Are they human rights? Are the trees, the forests, relevant rights? Are the swamps relevant rights? Recently, the other week, we were in Karamoja region, and they have the most beautiful marble. White stones, okay? It's like snow that is sparkling. And each truckload, very huge, is driven out of Karamoja at 100,000. I mean, many of you can afford. But the mines are guarded, heavily guarded. I don't think I need a microphone. Okay. God endowed me with a voice, a very loud voice. So, and we're thinking, how do we help the people? And the people are talking about injuries that they have and all other issues. I think something has to be done. We need to do more monitoring as a country. We need, as a country, we have to know where are our resources and how are they being used. Do the populations around them benefit? So environmental rights are the protection of natural resources. We have to protect our natural resources. The access and use of natural resources, how do we use them? Do we waste them? Will the future generation find these resources? If China is dealing with pollution, they have to have masks all the time. Do we want that? What will happen in 50 years' time for those that will be alive? Hopefully we will. And how the access and use of these resources affects surrounding populations. How does it affect the people or the communities, as well as the resources themselves? Now, all human beings depend on the environment, and that is why we live. The oxygen that we have, if you go back to your science, where does it come from? From the trees, from nature. So our rights, your right to breathe, your right to life, is dependent on the environment, and that is why the environment is key. In the Constitution under Article 39, it provides that everyone has a right to a clean and healthy environment. Okay? So when we're talking about environmental human rights, we're talking about a safe, clean, healthy, sustainable environment. And that is integral to every, and it's fundamental to every human being. And when we're discussing the right to environment, it relates to the right to clean and healthy water. Because when the rains fall and the water goes into the soil, it may end up in the swamps. And the swamps are very useful for sieving this water. And then it ends up in your well, very clean, because of the work of the swamp. So when we have trees, they produce oxygen. So this environment is relevant for the right to life, right to clean water. It's environment also important to the right to food, because whenever pollution, what's called what? Evaporation happens, then the rains come and your crops are what? Are watered, and we get access to food. It's very important for housing, because that's where we get timber. It's important for sanitation. This air gets polluted, then the plants take in carbon dioxide and give us oxygen. Isn't that what the science that we studied? Sure. Very important. It's important to culture. Some people worship trees. We use some of those herbs to treat ourselves, conduct rituals, and many things. So the environment is critical and very key in the human rights discourse. It's also important for development. We use it for tourism. Okay? So beyond the equal distribution and access to clean and sustainable resources, environmental rights also include the obligations for the industrialized nations, including this one, because we are tapping into the resources to mine salt, marble, stone, cobalt, and many other things that we mine, copper, and others. So it's very important. How sustainable is this environment? How do we protect it? How do we keep it to ensure that it's sustainable? Okay? So it requires us to act responsibly in the use of our natural resources and to regulate the levels on consumption in a more equitable manner. Can you access resources? Who owns resources? What does the Constitution say? It says you can we own the surface rights, but everything beneath is owned by the what? By the state. Okay? And that is why we say we have surface rights. So how responsible is the distribution equitable? Who has the licenses to use these resources? And how much taxes and revenue do they give back so that we too can benefit? So without a healthy environment, we are unable to fulfill aspirations, and we may not have access to the minimum standards of human dignity. So there is a global agreement that human rights norms apply to a broad spectrum of environmental issues, including biological diversity, okay, and healthy ecosystems. That one is a fact. Everyone has said, yes, it's important. And we have emphasized that in our Article 39, which provides for a clean and healthy environment. Now, in order for us to emphasize, I can't overemphasize this, there are international principles that have been sent out to all countries that we all follow when it comes to environment rights. And states are obliged, they're given an obligation on how to protect the environment. And there are 16 principles that every country has to follow when it comes to environment rights. The first one is the state, including Uganda, has to ensure that we have a safe, clean, and healthy and sustainable environment. We already put that in our constitution, okay, in order to fulfill human rights. Uganda as a state is required to respect and protect and fulfill human rights in order to ensure that we have a clean environment. Uganda as a state should prohibit discrimination to ensure equal and effective protection against discrimination in the use of these resources. Do we have that? Just note the principles and see whether we are already doing that. Uganda should provide a safe and enabling environment in which individuals, groups, you and I, okay, so organs of society that work on human rights or environment issues can operate freely without threats, harassment, and intimidation. Someone here said, I need a pass to move in my own country, okay? And this principle is saying, no, civil society and all persons who work on environmental rights should be free to operate. The other is required that all states should respect and protect the rights and freedom of expression, association, assembly in relation to environment. Now, it is a fact that when people are demanding for human rights, many times you can't do it alone. You need groups, you need to be able to express yourselves. You need sometimes to be able to scream for our leaders to listen. And that is why we state this principle is there. So this gives us the freedom of expression, freedom of assembly, freedom of association, just like we are here, to be able to speak about these issues. The other principle is the state should provide for education and public awareness on environmental matters. Do people know the relevance of the environment? Do we even care? It's only when we have long droughts that we wake up and say, you know what? Cry the beloved country. We have ruined it. But when we have a rainy year like we have had this year, we forget about the environment. It's important that we keep the discussion going. The other principle is that states should provide public access to environmental information, and that states should require prior assessment of possible environment impacts. I think that one cannot be overemphasized. Now, there are many that shall not belabor into them. There are 16 of them, 16 principles, and they all speak about issues of human rights, issues of accessibility, issues of equitable access, issues of ensuring that we preserve and protect the environment for future generations, and that we use the environment responsibly. God gave us the environment, it's true. We have to use it, very, very right. But we have to use it responsibly and in a non-discriminatory manner. For example, the state should take actions, okay, to address environmental challenges. So if there are challenges, we have to replant those trees, save our mines, okay? States should ensure that they comply with obligations for indigenous persons and members of traditional communities. There are persons like the Batwa, the Iks, who live off nature. How are we protecting them? When we sometimes evict them and try to get them out of their habitat. But they are part of the environment. That is where they live. They live in trees. That is where they live. That is, they don't go to hospitals. They use nature to treat themselves. And the states should take additional measures to protect the rights of those who are most vulnerable or at particular risk from environmental harm. It is said that because we have destroyed our forests, this is where certain diseases have come from, like Ebola. Ebola was a forest disease, and you would not get it unless you had come in contact with either a monkey or a bat that lived in the forest. But because of our encroachment on some of these big forests, we have come up and let the disease come to human beings. So the 16 principles are many, we can share them. But here was requested to talk about Bugoma Forest and the case for Bugoma Forest. I'll just narrate this in my presentation. I'm basically narrating, talking about what some of you have read about or know about. So Bugoma Forest is look at that forest, how green and beautiful it is from a bird's view. Very, very beautiful, thick. It looks like Mavira Forest when I was growing up. And I was going, every time I was going to school or coming from school, and you go through this green forest and you see trees running. Now they are no longer running. So Bugoma Forest is a protected tropical forest with huge, huge trees older than your mother, okay? That is situated southeast of Hoima, for those who are coming from there, my good friend over there, and also near Chenjojo. And also it is also close to Lake Albert, and it's in Hoima district. It was gazetted in 1930s, before even any of you thought of being born, and came under the mandate of the National Forestry Authority in 2003. Its surface area is approximately 41,142 hectares, okay? And that is between that and 65,000 hectares of land. Now that is huge. It's a huge covering. So part of the disputed land, now this land has come into dispute, in Bugoma Forest is considered a key conservation home for chimpanzees and monkeys. Those are monkeys, another type of monkeys. It is estimated that the forest is a home to around or more than 500 chimpanzees and is one of the most biodiverse forests in Uganda that we have. Beautiful, beautiful forest. Very important for our tourism. So it is also a common good. In the 1998 land agreement, forest reserves like Bugoma are held in trust, or are supposed to be held in trust as a common good for the citizens of Uganda. So the forests are for all of us. They are for who?
For all of us.
For all of us. However, they may not be leased out or sold by government. And that is what was in the Land Act. So if you look at down there near the stream, I don't know which side you are, you'll see Bugoma Forest, but it stretches. And it's if you follow the tentacles, they kind of link up with Budongo Forest. So Uganda was richly endowed with green, and that's why we're called a pearl of Africa. Do you know what a pearl means? For you to get a pearl, you have to go to the deepest seas and ocean and find this thing that is covered, and you find that crystal, that stone, that thing that is made of a particular fish, and you find it closed, but it is so beautiful, well preserved, and that is why we call it a pearl of Africa. Beautiful. You may not know a pearl. For some ladies who wear pearls, very expensive, durable. I don't have any because I can't afford them. But the most important and most prized minerals, and God was amazing. He put the most valuable things and hid them. He did what?
Them.
The most valued things are hidden. If you find gold, do you know how deep you have to dig to get gold and how hard it is to get? For you to get a pearl, you have to go to the deepest of the waters in the seas and the ocean. For you to get a diamond, you have to dig the deepest. And this is wealth. And that is why my mother always told me, please don't wear a mini skirt. Because the most valuable things are what? Are hidden. Okay? So God was amazing. He hid the most valuable things. And when we are trying to use them, we have to go into the depth of the earth, the depth of nature to be able to use them. Okay? Now, back to Bugoma. So since 2016, there's been a rampant escalation of illegal logging, cutting, that is trees, of hard timber, illegal cattle grazing, which has led to banning of extensions of the forest. People want to use this land. It's very fertile, okay? So they ban part of the forest to be able to grow maize. And if you look at the maize there, oh boy, it's doing great. All the crops around the forest. And there's been huge encroachment into the protected areas of the forest for agriculture. So in 2016, Bunyoro Chitara Kingdom, now this is where things started happening, or start happening. It's successfully claimed for 55,700 hectares of land, and that is 14,000 acres as its ancestral land. So just 4 days later, the kingdom transferred this land to Hoima Sugar. Okay, so it comes on and says, okay, this is part of the kingdom, and then yes, court granted them that, and transferred that to Hoima Sugar. Makes sense. Ugandan police forcibly forcefully evicted thousands of people who were residing there, communally in that land, and it evicted them to create room for planting sugarcane. In 2017, this is when things had started, the communities were agitated. In 2017, two sugarcane companies, that is Hoima Sugar Works and MZ, they began clearing thousands of acres, as I've told you. It's not 1 or 2 or 20 or 100, man, it's a lot of land. They started clearing it to create room for sugarcane growing. Sugarcane usually likes fertile land, you're going to get it. And having this near forest always helps. That's why you see they're always Mavira Forest, that is where Lugazi is, okay? It always helps. So of course, Hoima Sugar came out and said, no, for us to receive the land title from Bunyoro Chitara Kingdom. Now, this is where it gets spicy and dicey. The National Forest Authority comes out, and it took Bunyoro Chitara Kingdom and Hoima Sugar to court to oppose the leases. Now, NFA challenged the land titles granted to the two companies, and it contended, it was stating that both of them had obtained the titles after the Ministry of Lands had erroneously They're saying the ministry made errors. Okay? It made a mistake. It erroneously declared that the land fell outside the bounds of the forest reserve. So if this is the piece, they're saying, Ministry of Lands, you made a mistake. Oh, this is a forest reserve. But now you've cut off this. Okay? But in 2019, the Forestry Authority lost the case and was ordered to withdraw its security agents who were guarding the land. So that meant that the two companies would start growing their sugar. So in August 2019, that is last year, there was approval for the environmental impact assessment, which created a path for Hoima Sugar to really start growing its sugarcane. But already they had started cutting the tree because they had the decision of court. So in a separate court case, still in September, the following month, MZ agencies also sued National Forest Authority for obstructing its property rights over that another piece of land. Okay? However, it should be noted that the Ministry of Land surveyed the area and reported that MZ agency title, land title, fell entirely within the forest reserve. So that NFA, they are both government agencies. This one is saying this is forest reserve. Forestry Authority, Ministry of Land saying it is not. They can have it. Who's right and who's not? So they go to court. And then civil society is screaming, preserve our forests. Okay? So court only looked at what was brought and said, okay, Minister of Land, what are you saying? NFA, what are you saying? Can you bring the surveys? Okay, it was not part of the forest. Okay? Now the communities are seeing trees being cut. They're saying it doesn't make sense. Okay? So National Forest Authority contested this survey, stating that 665 hectares of this land fell inside the forest. That's what they were alleging. MZ agencies initially laid claim to the land in 2016 on the basis of unauthorized letter. They were saying we also have a letter from Bunyoro Chitara, just like the Hoima Sugar. The kingdom distanced itself from them, but the company acquired freehold title, went to Ministry of Land, and that's how they got their title, okay, in 2018. So a year later, MZ sued National Forest Authority for violating their property rights, saying this is our right. You can't stop us from cutting our trees and use it. But in the meantime, they're cutting timber, lorries are ferrying timber, and people are not happy. The communities are not happy. Of course, then the civil society is saying, look, what about the environment? Environmentalists are not happy about it. So the court ordered that National Forest Authority remove your guards, okay, from guarding the disputed land, and the two then took the land. So the role of government environmental management authority in Bugoma has been heavily criticized. National NEMA has indicated that MZ is proceeding without EIA. Yes, court has said the land is yours. But during the cutting and they are proceeding to cut trees and plant sugarcane, they don't have an environment impact assessment. But however, even though they are saying that, NEMA is saying that, it says, but it's not our responsibility. It's the responsibility of Forest Authority. Forest Authority has been told, get out of the land, remove your guards. So about the environmental impact assessment issued to Hoima Sugar, there were allegations that NEMA failed to carry out a comprehensive consultation with local communities. Even the communities are saying we have not been consulted. Okay, what is the position of Hoima Sugar? Because it's important that we also hear them out. Hoima Sugar says that this land was not part of Bugoma Forest as confirmed by the court. Hoima Sugar is saying Bunyoro Chitara got back their land, their customary land, and it's the land that they were leasing to us. And that although Hoima Sugar wanted to use the land, all of the land, they're only using a little bit because the NEMA's approval EIA only gave them a few miles to use. So that is the situation. The question then is how do we reconcile this? There are conflicting rights. The property rights the environmental rights and the political rights, because the government institutions fighting. Then we have the environmentalists, and then we have the property owners. So what should be done? The legal recognition of environmental rights would acknowledge that the right must be protected. It would also result in benefits such as we would need strong environmental laws. We are going to look at this holistically. We need to improve implementation and enforcement of our laws, environmental laws. We need the greater public participation in environmental decision making. If you come and give away land and the communities are affected, surely they should have been involved. There should be reduced environmental injustices. Because when you look at these cases, was the community taken into consideration? When you look at that court case, you ask yourself, what about the biodiversity? What about the leadership? What about issues of the environmental rights? So a level playing field with social and economic rights has to be considered, and a better environmental performance has to be used. So I know many of you are hungry. I'll conclude. As a country, we should make commitment to sustainable development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Many members of our next generation, however, have already arrived. Your children will be in the next generation or are in the next generation. And more are arriving every moment. We don't need to look into the future to see the people whose lives will be affected by our actions today. They're already here. Ladies and gentlemen, let us protect environmental rights. Thank you for listening.
Oh, thank you so much. Let me be official enough right there. Back in jacket. This is a lot of work. Thank you so much for the presentation. It was very detailed, though made in a very short time. I do not know. Okay, I know that there's been extensive discussions around Bugoma Forest. Thank you so much, Mrs. Ruth Setili, for the presentation. She talked about very many things, though in a very short time. And you could see that there was the passion in seeing that we can see a difference. You speak to the theme that we are having in the current elections, which says we're moving away from the Book of Lamentation to the Book of Acts. So yeah, that's the theme that we have now. And you have given clear areas where we need to see that we can act. One of the interesting things is talking about the 16 principles. It talks about the state a lot, the responsibility of the state to protect, to respect, and fulfill. And you realize that also part of the problem is the state. So there's always a place we have to start when having this discussion. You're talking about we're talking about MZ agency, you're talking about NFA, you're talking about the Ministry of Lands, you're talking about Hoima Sugar. I would say this, and I would say it and leave it there. This same kind of situation is happening in another area where a state branch has been taken on by a company, and the company has gone on to get freehold on government land. We are also seeing freehold here. And we are also seeing now Ministry of Lands and National Forestry Authority, which are government institutions, clashing because there's an interest of a company. And in that same area, we're also seeing Naro and Nagri clashing because of a company. So these are the same situations happening everywhere. There's absolutely nothing new. And we're seeing the role of the state. So as we talk about this, we should also be very cognizant of the fact that this is playing out in very many spaces, not only this one, but also she rightly puts out the three competing rights: the environmental rights, the political rights, and the property rights. And you see, who superintends over all this? It's the state. Superintends over all this. So where does it leave us? We take an opportunity. Thank you so much for the presentation. We really hope that we will have some time to look through this presentation better than the rush you've been through, because then we needed a comprehensive discussion. I'll invite Benon from Navoda. He has done some work around Bugoma Forest to give his insights too, but also especially with regard to what has been presented, so that you tailor it. We know we're running a tight schedule. 7 minutes will do for you, Ben, and thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Ruth, for that really comprehensive background, and even a report, a very serious one, and even the insights of really our rights on environment. We have 2 chapters. This national chapter, you not waste a lot of time because we have to go for lunch. There is a national chapter that has done a lot of advocacy, saying that Bugoma should be saved. And I know some of the members include Afiego and I think Crete. They have done good work. Then also in Bunyoro, we have also a regional Save Bugoma chapter, and I'm the chairperson. We actually have 2 challenges. One is the kingdom says this is not a national forest reserve, and therefore stakeholders interested. When you go to visit the Katikiro, when he brushes you off with that one, and then you get an hour at crossroads. When the kingdom defeated NFA, I will run to the prime minister of the kingdom myself, because I'm part of the kingdom. I'm a member of parliament for the kingdom, representing Chiziramfumbi. And I said, right Honorable Prime Minister, yeah, there's nothing to celebrate about this, that you have won, because you say it is not part of Bugoma, but it is. Even if you brought a surveyor to say that it is outside the boundary of NFA or the Central Forest Reserve, still that area is a buffer area. And I categorically told him that our National Development Plan 3, Bunyoro region is a tourism area. Therefore, depleting that buffer zone at the expense of the tourism and the ecosystem maintenance is just not correct. And he categorically said, Benon, I must say it is to be a hunting ground for the king, and it was a grassland, but trees grew, that has insisted it is a buffer area. We must make sure we preserve those areas. The oxygen Lucy is talking about is breathed by northerners, even in America, because Americans cut all their forests, plant tobacco, and you know, in Canada they planted what? They planted the wheat. They went through again in the Central America, and now they are depending on Bugoma and Budongo and other these forests we have. Now what? But of course, you know, Hoima Sugar, I think, has patrons behind. They are workers of big shots, and I can categorically just quote one, that the company secretary of the Hoima Sugar Limited is Mtakarujiri, and some of you know who he is. So it is very disheartening when some of the members came from Kampala, lawyers from an environmental organization, to come and assess the situation of degradation and also join us in the campaign to save Bugoma. They went to report the RDs to the DPC. They were arrested. They know that story. You know it very well. And took us a lot of pains to bail them out. So, but we are now saying we need a lot. I have a concept and I have a work plan and I have a budget, which I'm running around to stakeholders like you to share. See what we are doing. We must continue without fear or favor. Bugoma, if the state-owned guys agents take it, it must go when we are talking, not in keeping quiet. As you are suggesting, we are saying we have mobilized the community, the host communities around. They are very bitter. We want to make sure that we empower them, and they come out with a petition, and we go to the Right Honorable Speaker and other high-ranking friends. I remember the Honorable Speaker helped us when we had issues with the refinery in 2013. We were at the crossroads, we were at a loss, but when we empowered the communities affected by the oil refinery and they went to Honorable Kadaga, we survived. So we believe, as you are suggesting, that we must all come together and condemn this and make sure that it continues. We cannot leave Bugoma go and leave these fragile, primates go. We know the rain patterns have gone. The economies, actually, the economic situation in Hoima is being aggravated by, unreliable patterns of rain. We cannot just keep quiet. UCAR, we want to thank you very much. You have been struggling with the Hoima sugar for very many years, and now I'm glad now we are again in this one, because in 2015, Hoima sugar evicted 5,000 people. They are still living in makeshift camps in Tijai, and they failed to have. Up to now, they are struggling in the court to get the judgment in vain. MZ took 990 hectares, including Kisaru and Nyangag, that area for again increasing sugarcane plantation, and encompassing 550 families. And we have, of course, with the other networks, helped put an injunction on MZ. We have tried to petition our Speaker of Parliament for Bunyoro Kingdom, and there is an order paper to discuss, because there are very few people. There are just a few optimistic officials in the kingdom who gave away Bugoma, but not Bunyoro Kingdom, because the Supreme Body is the Parliament, and he is up to now, since January, we have been saying that he should call a Parliament, and we have a position on this one in the vein. Something we need to push ahead is also when the president of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency Yoweri Museveni, was at a radio talk show in Masindi, and this issue, we brought this issue before his table, and he said he was going to look at it, because we are saying the state has the right to protect our rights, environmental rights, and therefore the argument that the kingdom needs to pay back the 3-4 billion that they got from Hoima Sugar, the state has the capacity, because we pay taxes. So we need to also follow up upon the promises of His Excellency the President to make sure that really the state must save Bugoma. We can't leave it go. So in a nutshell, I'm running around, and I'm glad we are together now talking about this one. We need all to continue to see how we can involve ourselves to make sure that we save Bugoma. In the interest of time, I think, thanks very much indeed.
Thank you so much, Uncle Benon. Uncle Benon has put to us the 2 chapters that are working on saving Bugoma. I hope we can get a better understanding of how we can be involved, yes, and to work with the 2 chapters, the national chapter and the Save Bugoma chapter, the Bunyoro chapter. Maybe for further discussion, it may not be here. It would be a better understanding of the kingdom and how the kingdom, because it's a big player, and you know that it has influence in the region. So how something can be moved around, how the kingdom can act with regard to what is going on. Let's have an opportunity to hear in from Gad Benda. He leads World Voices, to be able to get his understanding and what they are doing around this. Please welcome Gad Bender. We have 5 minutes to be able to also talk about this.
Yeah, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I know this is sort of like wrong timing, but you know, this is actually close to our hearts, and therefore, if it is close to our hearts, it is close to our stomachs. Because if anything, you couldn't even get something to eat if some of those forests are not there. You know how much we put in agriculture. Even when we signed the Maputo protocol of ensuring that we at least raise the budget of agriculture 10%, I think we are not even 5%. I think we are around 3%. So you can imagine. So meaning that how much would we be able to put in irrigation if if the natural factors are really suppressed? So I think it is very, very important for us to really debate and discuss this issue to the logical conclusion. But for me, I think I have a different, some kind of a different view in regard to this issue of Goma. I think there is one intellectually dishonest regarding the different stakeholders. You know, because you see, when you hear from what Madam Ruth was presenting, and idea is part and parcel of government agencies, then begin asking really, what's the problem? You know what's the problem? Because this is a mandated agency that has been established to ensure that there is adequate, consideration in regard to protection and the promotion of human rights. And she has ably linked the environment and human rights. I mean, when you are talking about all other rights, but the right to food is one of those inherent rights that we need to be focused on. The right to life. So I mean, so by then you will also look at other agencies of government, and you find that ideally, for me, I think what I realize is that even those that have tried to do something that is considered as divergent from other government agencies is not because ideally they think is right. No. Even the ministry, when we are saying, how does the Ministry of Lands actually give titles in a forest? Okay, because you see, there is also contradiction in terms of the narratives around when the forest was gazetted. When the title was now given to the kingdom. You understand? So already we need first of all know that actually this is what it was. And the answer is simple. Just come, involve everybody, do a survey, do the boundary opening, okay? And then begin negotiating. If you realize that, okay, this was a hunting ground, but which, and over time, the trees grew from there, then we can know and say, okay, now, but again, can we negotiate? Because we need this forest actually more than sugar. I can tell you, I don't think that actually we are short of sugar supply in this country. We are not. Even when you decide to do analysis of how much actually we are getting from sugar as a country into service in our national budget, because for me I would need analysis. If we are arguing that actually we need this much sugar, we need sugar, in the expense of this forest, you must show us that idea. This is how much we are going to do, and this is how much of the value that idea is going to bring this country as compared to the forest. For me, that analysis would be, a better debate for us now to engage. Now, the second one is the issue of, I think, hypocrisy. I think the most of our stakeholders are not really being sincere. I think they are more driven by selfish interests than a national interest. Me, I've engaged with some of these people in the kingdom. I think nobody is interested. Nobody, even when they were actually, let me tell you, Benon, some of these people were appointed into the kingdom simply because they wanted them to help achieve what they wanted. And one of them is the former deputy Katiku, Xavier. I know him. He was a secretary and board, and he had presided over the illegal land grabbing and land titling in the Greater Kibale. It is known they fished him simply because they knew he was a good manipulator. He's the one who processed that title they are talking about. You get it? Recently we met and almost fought simply because he was just trying to. And I said, no, you cannot mislead people because we know the role you participated. We know they were paid. So I mean, they were paid as individuals, and even the category cannot say anything. That's why he cannot even invite. He cannot invite the parliament to sit because he knows that ideally people are going to expose him. So in a way, we need to be sincere and talk the truth. Then how dare do we now begin fighting actually the government agents fighting each other? Because that idea, if they in court, all of them must be represented by the same. The attorney general, not so Council Ruth. So now, if NFA goes to court, for instance, now does, for instance, the Ministry of Land, which is purported to have issued illegal titles, on whose side? Does it also become a defender? But then you're not represented by who? So in the way we are thinking a mix. So secondly, how does actually even the name actually go ahead to approve a project which is being contested by some of the fellow government agencies? So I think there is a big problem, and I think we need to and ask some of these political economy around it and find out, because for me what I always want is, can we engage in a sincere debate? And we say, okay, what is the problem? Okay, how much do you think you can forego as a sugar company or as a country? That okay, then okay, let's go now on the table and negotiate and say, okay, yes, you have lost this one. Is it possible that we can find another alternative, probably, instead of insisting on this? So I'm thinking that, and then lastly, as I conclude, yes, I'm happy that there are some partners that have now tried to utilize the international and regional frameworks to engage on this issue. And I think in the morning, I think this guy from South Africa tried to elaborate about the role of international frameworks and the obligation that states have got. I'm happy that there are some colleagues, I think, will elaborate about it. But the very important is that I think we are trying to politicize, using politics to shield, because I am related to so and so, therefore now nobody should talk. And I think for me, it is high time for us it's high time that we expose these people, the mafias behind these, these elements. And let me tell you, by the way, apart from even the forest itself, that region, we know that I think there was a zoning plan that was done, and that region was not actually, because see now that region is the only remaining food basket for Uganda. Now you are finding, now the whole region is, now there are two factories, by the way. There's another one in Chejo. In Chejo. All of them are targeting here. They are now, when you look at, for it, I think they're about now, all the sub-counties along the road from Chejo to Hoima. Sugar cane. So I think we need, so the issue of livelihood being at stake as a result of the forest, but also the expansion of the factory, I think is something that needs to make us get worried. Thank you.
Thank you so much, God Bender. God Bender speaks about intellectual dishonesty, speaks about sincerity, speaks about naming and shaming. Interesting. Interesting because I think we should also ask ourselves how we got here. Because I think people try to be sincere in this country. They try to name and shame. There is nowhere in this country you go and they will not tell you people behind all these acts. How come these people are not moved? How come these people are not shaken? Because I think they've named them, they've shamed them, and they've gotten to a point where they feel now you can talk. I think let's be very honest about it. There's nowhere in this country I've gone and people have not spoken clearly about the people doing this. I've done interviews in this country and people would say, half of every interview, people will tell you this is not on record. And they would say, but we all know. And the people are telling you are technical people in districts and in government. And they'll tell you, so and so is doing this, it's even on record, but there's nothing you can do. I'll give a very clear example of where we are now in Uganda. We are in politics, where people are being shot every day, yeah? But everyone is talking about it. The people are shooting them alone, and we are moving on. So I think as we talk about the sincerity and honesty, we should know that I think we've slipped to a point where some of these things are not really moving the people involved. How do we deal with this? Because the sincerity is actually not. Let's welcome Mr. Tudyakira Robert. He's an environment and policy analyst. And please give us your take on this. And let's see how to.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moyewe. I saw you struggle with my name because the name is so botanical. It is as botanical as the environment is supposed to be. So my name is Tudyakira John Robert. And as you said, I am an environmentalist. I am prominently known for being the applicant in the case dragging the government of Uganda, the Attorney General of Uganda, to the East African Court of Justice. And I would like to just give a few insights about that. Number one, as Benjamin gave us in the morning about the utilization of the international frameworks, we believe that even when we have a judicial system here, we believe that we have to utilize the regional court. Since the African Court of Justice works closely hand in hand with the African Court of Justice and people's rights to see that we have a voice. So that's why we are utilizing that opportunity under the
voices.
Sorry?
Let's concentrate. I'm hearing very many voices. Let's concentrate on him so that he can make his presentation.
So in other words, they should have the floor.
Yes, please.
Thank you so much. Yeah. So we went to the East African Court of Justice, Tudyakira John Robert, and the Environment Shield. Environment Shield is a civil society organization represented by Council Aaron Chiza of Chiza and Chiza Advocates. And we filed this case on 13th of October, and it was received on 14th of October this year, challenging the certificate of environmental impact assessment, which was issued by NEMA on 14th of August 2020. As you are well aware that NEMA is on record for having confessed under oath that they never conducted the consultation. They were trying to use COVID as a cover, and that's the reason why they could not be able to conduct the consultation. Yet the law is very clear that you must undertake to do consultation to see the project, the effect of the project on the people and the environmental impact assessment. So we are challenging that certificate which was issued. Of course, we are also alive to those legal battles that are taking place in the courts between NEMA and what issues to do with and NFA, issues to do with the property rights, ownership. But for us, strictly, we are looking at the issue to do with the environmental rights. Because as Ruth said, Article 39 is very clear about the right to a clean and healthy environment. And the East African Treaty under Article 6 is very clear about how every state party must be compelled to observe the East African Treaty. And the reason why we went there is, like Beron said, when we talk about issues to do with environmental injustice, issues to do with the air pollution and poor air quality, it is not for only Uganda. It is it is regional. It is a global issue, as you are well aware that we have the Paris Agreement, and in other words, environmental injustice and climate change is no longer a Ghanaian issue; it is a global issue. And therefore, we hope that the South African Court of Justice will be able to pronounce themselves. Number one, we are praying that they should issue an order that will quash that certificate which was issued. Because see, if you do not follow the procedure, you all need to trust yourselves with the requirement that if you are going to issue the certificate, there must be a report. And even up today, 2 months down the road, we have been asking them to give us a report which they approved. And they've been praying hide and seek. They have never given that report. So that means that the certificate is a nullity. So that's one. And two, we also want a declaration that that approval was illegal. As you know, anything illegal cannot stand in law. So those are some of the prayers we're having. Of course, we also want the status quo to be maintained because we are talking about an ecological system. We are talking about issues with biodiversity, as one of the presenters told us, Ruth. Bugoma Forest is a home to chimpanzees. It is a home to all these migratory, organisms. And she mentioned something very, very important, and you all need to take interest in that issue. That with all these issues to do with the COVID, issues to do with what we call zoonotic diseases, which are on the rise, Ebola, talk about the Marburg, SARS, all those, they actually, recent studies are showing that because we have encroached on the ecosystem of the forests, because remember, like by 2015, the forest cover had gone from 24 to only 80%. So now you can imagine what it is right now. So as we encroach, for us, because we are being very greedy, and we think that our greed can replace the green that we have, now those organisms, they are fighting back, coming, and they are starting to reside with us. We're having the whole concept of microbiology, where you have all these organisms, COVID coming and into the residing with us, the human beings, and that's the biggest issue. So for us, we think that the South African Court of Justice will listen to us because on 14th of October, they wrote to the Attorney General of Uganda, giving them 14 days to respond. And if you count from 14th October to today, so that means by 30th of this month, the 45 days will have elapsed. So if they don't respond, then the South African Court of Justice will proceed without hearing from them. So why we are really challenging this is not because we are anti-development. My brother Owen has just left, but we are not opposing development. We're talking about sustainable development, sustainable use of the environment. And we believe that if we are going to have sustainable development, then the heartbeat of that is sustainable use of our environment. Sustainability in the use of what? Our environment. Let's say that, for example, that these guys are arguing that that's not part of them. I had the Shiran Muchide the other day being interviewed by Al Jazeera saying the only crime we have as Home Machinery Limited is that we cause own land here neighboring the Bukoma Forest. We all know from biology, from ecological biology, at the moment you tamper with the neighboring ecosystem of the forest, then the whole ecosystem will be tampered with. So that argument does not stand, and we must be very, very, very strong about that. Because we have two instruments that we must look at. Number one, the East African Protocol on Climate Change and the East African Policy on Climate Change. Even here in Uganda, you know that we are pushing for the Climate Change Bill. And even if we didn't have those provisions, already the National Environment Act, which established NEMA, is already in place. And it is empowering NEMA to be a watchdog. We talked about issues to public trust doctrine. You hear people saying that, but it is Bunyoro. Bunyoro is just a cultural institution. Government of Uganda under 237, Sabbatical 2, holds all these forests in the public trust of the Ugandan people. And therefore, we must hold the government accountable. And that is why we have stood there in the general, and we believe that they must be able to account. I don't know what is going on, what is going on, because for us, I wrote to NEMA, Council Aaron wrote to NEMA that we should get that report. They have not given the report. Therefore, that means that what they are trying to do, and we cannot sit down and see that this happens. As it's chasing me away, I want to appreciate what Ruth said, and Ruth, I'm very happy. The government institution, one of the changes we have in Uganda is that the government institutions have been overrun. Most of our institutions, which are supposed to be the ones taking care of our affairs, have been overrun. For example, when Ruth was very strong from the Uganda Human Rights Commission, and she promised that they are going to really pick interest in this. So we are fighting this battle not for ourselves, but for the coming generation. We must be concerned about the future of this. If you are talking about that, UN has said that by 2030 we shall reach a point of no return, where the carbon concentration will be what? Will be beyond. As you are aware, she talked about the symbiotic relationship between man and plants, that kind of having forests as carbon sinks. All these issues are very, very important. And I want to thank UCAR for coming out very strongly, because this kind of greediness from the corporates, we must hold them accountable and we must be very strong. Of course, we shall face challenges, but we must be very strong about this, because it's not about us, but about our future and about our world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's a very passionate plea to make a difference in our country. I know we've run past the time we ought to be here, but I want to give an opportunity to two people to make comments about what has been said, and then I'll call upon Arnold to see that we wrap up on this. Two comments? Mr. Tib, I thought you had a comment. Yeah.
It's not a comment, it's more of a question.
Please go ahead. I read your mind.
No, I mean, because, and thank you very much, Mr.
Yeah, that name.
Triachira. Yes, Mr. Triachira, because my concern, or what I really wanted to understand, was more of what really we can do, right? So considering that, okay, there's a case that has been lodged, right, before the court, let's just use a hypothetical, right? Let's imagine that the court says, oh, there was no environmental impact assessment or consultation that happened, right? And then, say for instance, we do happen to have that assessment or the consultation, and in some way, as you may imagine, the country's government, in some way these things are done and still it's destroy the forest. What can we do next?
Thank you so
what else can we do? I really just want us to have options.
It's a spot-on question.
I can respond very quickly. You see, the reason why we went to court, first of all, was to capture that, to log into that regional framework. But we are aware that as a situation we have in this region of Sub-Saharan Africa, that yes, you can even get the judgment, but it may not be enforced. But for us, what we're going to do is to get at least an instrument to catalyze our efforts, our advocacy efforts, and our activism. And indeed, we have been making a lot of noise. Let me tell you something, guys. The principles of equity are that the equity aids the vigilant. We cannot sit back, but you can't always just make noise when you don't have an instrument in which you are talking to. So we have it in court. I can tell you that the moment that 45 days elapse, we are going to, even if it means mobilizing the people, forget about COVID, we shall mobilize them and go on the street, and we'll be able to say, we raise the noise. But you see, if you are speaking, you must have something you're speaking to, not just when we're speaking anyhow. So the court is in what recently we had a webinar where even the president of the South African Court of Justice was involved, and he was very, very strong about issues of environmental issues, because everybody is concerned about the future. So probably we are hopeful. We are going to respond. Maybe the days that they are, maybe they will respond. But if they don't respond, or if no one will get a judgment, we must all form a critical mass and speak out as environmentalists, as people are concerned about the future.
Thank you so much. From lamentations to acts. There we go. Yeah, let me.
I just need to compliment what you are saying, especially regarding the efforts of Yachira and others. I think the pronouncement of the East African Court of Justice on the legality or lack of it regarding the certificate that a NEMA issued is very, very important. And there must be a mechanism in how the orders of the East African Court of Justice are enforced in the paternal jurisdictions. So I think it is a step in the right direction, and you have to really push to the logical conclusion.
Thank you so much for that submission. Please let's invite Arnold to come and make closing review. Thank you so much, everyone.
As Arnold comes, allow me to invite everybody who want to reference and sharing of their soft copy, that you can address yourself with those.
Thanks a lot, Robert. So I think we are kind of, after consultations, I think part of the last bit of the program will not be handled, which was after lunch, largely because so many of the things that actually we made during the regional engagements have been literally captured in these discussions, both on the Bugoma issue, but also on the Chinese, because so many times, and I think when we were in Hoima, we were having conversations with Ben and Gad, and we're saying, what is it that every time we come here for the regional corporate accountability platforms, we're dealing with the same thing. It's the same problems manifesting in different, the different faces or different ways. But when you look at the issues that we're dealing with Bogoma, are the same issues that, in a way, you're dealing with the Chinese companies, because at the heart of it, you're having a corporate actor who disregards human rights issues, who is all about profit maximization, but also on the other side, you're having very weak or inexistent regulator and standards and institutions that have zero capacity to hold these companies accountable. And I think we have to devise ways. One of the things we talked about at length was we can't continue doing things the same way. We really can't continue doing these things the same way year after year and expecting different results. We may be acting, I can't recall my history, but was it Bismarck, where you learn nothing and forget nothing, or you whatever. So it's like each year we do things the same way. We come back the next year, we lament on the same things, So we are going to take up, there have been some recommendations and action points that we're really going to take up directly. I had conversations with Ruth. The Human Rights Commission is very much willing to engage, especially from the Chinese documentary. Like for start, they want to get some contacts of people that were abused or violated and see how they can follow up on some of these cases. But also we are looking at trying to have a press briefing on some of the Bogoma forest issues, but also, we take advice. She said we need to petition people that, and we will do the petitions. We will petition the president's office, we'll petition parliament in one or the other. But at the end of it all, I come from the school of thought that we need to do things not the usual business way, which may require, organizing and boycotting and, as long as we understand the dynamics that are surrounding some of these investments, then we need to do some, it's not business as usual, if I may call it like that. But thank you very much for being with us right from morning up to now. We are way past lunchtime, but people have stuck because we are all concerned around this issue. And we appreciate the Roberts. Some of us support you from social media, virtually. No, but we continue engaging because I keep on having these discussions with Aaron, is that, there are so many ways we can hold companies accountable, but also there are so many ways we are going to get institutions to do the right thing. And so there are so many different avenues. There are going to be cases being instituted in courts of law. There are going to be advocacy strategies being developed. There are going to be sit-down strikes. There are going to be boycotters. There are going to be people that are going to write all kinds of articles. So we have to organize ourselves in different forums to try to see that we enhance accountability in this country. But thanks again. Logistically, I think Dalton has been handling the logistics for today. We will have lunch, and because we really extended this, and the whole point was to try to finish this so that we don't come back after lunch, and I hope we have achieved that. Let's continue discussions in person for people that can meet each other, via social media for those that are friends on Twitter and Facebook. Don't harass people just because you start the conversation from the Chinese angle and then you start asking them where they are going to be over the weekend. But anyway, overall, thanks again, and we keep the discussion going on. Thank you.
People need to clap for me. I know.
How many things?